Go. Shit cake.
Ryan, I got that. Ryan. Hi, welcome back to the Paper Dungeon, where we don't know what we're doing.
Oh dear. Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
My life is complete. Thank you guys so much for
joining. I wish that we went live like 5 minutes before we were actually supposed to go live. So
it was a mess.
The chaos that is that 5 minutes before we go live.
Oh man. I'm gonna get the timing down sooner or later, and I'm just gonna start doing that. I'm just gonna just to make whoever's editing the podcast life that much more difficult. I'm sorry, Lydia.
Well, anyway, welcome back to the Paper Dungeon. Not the podcast, but welcome back to the Paper Dungeon. We're so happy to have you. I believe this is what, episode 18?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
We're adults now.
Yeah, look at you guys.
Not in Nebraska or Maine, though.
Yes, what? I see. Because that's a Midwest joke, I guess, and Maine. But, you know, the homies know.
Our humor is
shout out to our Maine.
It's just crazy right now.
Anyway, by the way, chat.
If you guys want to come back, we're doing a one shot next week. Lydia's DMing it. It's a Valentine's Day one shot. It's gonna be pretty rad. Hannah and I's characters know each other, and it's freaking dope. So yeah, you should come back strictly for that.
Wow,
if nothing else.
Just plug your own character in there.
Oh yeah,
you know?
No. My character is the most gimmicky, like stupid thing that you could possibly come up with, and it's amazing, and I love it. So yeah. Also, we have merch, and if you guys want to buy some, you can go over to dungeon.com and buy some merch. But that's really all we have for announcements, right, guys?
I got my ears pierced.
Yeah, Brian got his ears pierced.
Oh, handsome
boy.
If
you guys want some piercings, Lydia happens to make earrings, like sword earrings and potion earrings.
On her Etsy.
On all this good stuff. So go check out her Etsy and give her
She also makes like these really rad books. They have names and personalities, and I love them.
And they like hold dice and stuff, if I remember. And
yeah.
I'd like to say something to Ryan. Ryan, you are indeed a pretty tiefling with those piercings.
Yes, we need to get you the earrings.
I just need to grow horns now.
Good luck, buddy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you can do that.
we're gonna take a moment to like recenter ourselves as we go over to the intro song. So we're just gonna roll that real quick. This is episode 18. Have fun, guys.
Welcome to Nico Muras, a world full of sprawling cities and dark secrets. In the wake of the trial, a divine act of righteous judgment, the world has been launched into an era of rebirth. But there are those who still lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us across the continent of Talira, from the deserts of Elon Ryan to the fields of Rivaluna. Deep in the Bloomrose Ocean and high above the Alisar Mountains, our story will see our adventurers through glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right, and we're back, recomposed, ready to go. We're no longer 21-year-old idiots. It's gonna be great.
Speak for yourself, DJ.
So
yeah, some of us are.
In the last episodes, we managed to come to a conclusion on this mini arc of healing Havel of a curse that he received from the longtime main running villain of this campaign, the Hag of Melancina, enemy of Renaya, and now just party in general, as she just has lasting effects that are apparently going to last for the entirety of the campaign. We finally moved past that and managed to get rid of the curse. The party made their way across the across a few square miles over to the coast to visit Lada Lachlan, the mentor of Renaya and a much stronger cleric who they believe would have the abilities to remove said curse. Upon revealing that it was a hag's curse, she revealed to the party that she needed a material component, an herb by the name of Anison. And so they had to go to the island of Luce, just an island not far off the coast of Catan, to grab that herb. They proceed over there. They fought their way up to the island, up to the keep on the island, which was the home of a mythical and ancient dragon, and made their way into the keep, going through puzzles and fighting the undead and fighting giant winged creatures that were dragon-esque in nature. And eventually receiving this herb before returning to Lada and getting to enjoy the chorus of Havel's screams as his limbs regoro. After that, we had some different conversations, and we're going to be picking up right where we left off with Renaya getting ready to go talk to Edward, I believe.
Yeah. So Renaya's going to kind of stay with Havel for a little bit after everything's been done. She's going to make sure he's comfortable, because I remember he was lying on a table. So I'll get him like a pillow and a blanket and things like that. And then Renaya is going to head out, trying to look and see where Catherine and Melora are, but then see that Edward is right there on the porch.
Edward's riding.
She's gonna kind of stay there quietly for a moment, and let him write. What are you writing?
Oh, well, I was just writing, just about our previous adventure, but it was like what I thought about it. I actually, on the way here, was working on it. I kind of wanted to remember it. I don't know how many more of these journeys I'll be on. It was just so grand. I didn't want to forget it, you know?
Why was it grand, Edward?
We did see with our own eyes one of the most well-known, important figures of history, which I didn't even know existed, truly. That unparalleled. I very few eyes have that opportunity to be laying on something so important. Do you know what I mean?
Why is it so important?
Well, it's unique. It's something that very few get the chance to do, and I got to do it, I guess. I mean, apart from almost dying, it was nice. I hope I never ever am in a body of water with a shark again in my life, or whatever that thing was.
Sea dog.
Sea dog, yes.
Edward, you do realize I knew Amos, right?
Like, personally? I thought you've heard of him through Lada.
I've met him.
What? You've met him? What was he like?
That's the important thing, isn't it?
I mean, I guess. I'm just curious.
Edward, and she's gonna kind of go over and stand by him. Why... This is where I struggle to understand you, Edward.
Elaborate.
You didn't know Amos.
No.
You only knew what others deemed important of him. Others like you who didn't know who he was. I don't... Do you realize your history right now? You're making history.
Well, burying him was certainly something of importance.
Why was that important?
Because this figure of importance, it was an event that should be remembered, an event that should have taken place in a different way. It was unexpected. It was... It lacked...
It was because people told you he was great.
Yes. Well, yes.
Edward, what do you think the most important part of history is?
The most important part of history? That's tough. There's a lot of context that goes into that question. It depends... Different pieces of history have different implications to our modern world. There are a lot of different variables that go into importance. Quite honestly, I don't know if I'd have an answer.
I have mine.
Really? What do you think it is?
The most important part of history is the one that I make. Edward, you say you care about history, but you keep missing the most valuable knowledge you can have. I got to see the history of Amos through the kindness behind every smile, through the love in every look to Lada, through the gentleness in the things he touched. Edward, to have the knowledge of the deepest parts of a person is the rarest and richest history you can ever hold, and Edward, you ignore that. The most meaningful thing in your very own history, and you throw it away without any thought. Edward, you care more about the dead that are written on a page than the living that are standing right in front of you. You can write anything down on a piece of paper, but that doesn't make it real. Amos wasn't real to you until you saw his dead body, and you made that very clear to me.
I'm a bit afraid. I'm a bit afraid that if I allow myself to be wrapped up in trivial things like things that I might lose or things that might be lost in time, I'm afraid that if I get wrapped up in all those things that I'll never really press forward. I mean, even if I were to live a life that was full of meaningful, passionate relationships, and not even just that, but things that I enjoy, I might miss out on things that would outlive me. I don't want to die knowing that I didn't make anything of myself, of the world. Now, that doesn't mean that I want to disown those things. I don't. I miss my mother. My mother was somebody who I cared for, who I saw the kindness behind her smile, you might say. I guess I just don't know what to hold on to and what to let go right now. And I'm afraid that if I hold on to the wrong things, that I'll never get out. Does that make sense?
I can understand. I'm afraid that someday you will look back and realize that you have forgotten the value in your own history and regret not actually learning it.
How am I to know my own history if it hasn't happened? That's where I guess I don't understand you.
There are 4 other people with us right now. 4 other amazing, full people. And when you realize all the amazing things they can do, all the amazing things that they are going to do, how could you not want to take part in that? How could you not want to hold on to that?
Well, I am challenged here. It's not at all what I expected.
You can do whatever you want.
But that's the thing, I don't think I can. I don't think I can do whatever I want to do, because if I just run off with what I want to do, then I'm never going to get anything done.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. I don't ask myself that question, hardly ever. Which might sound like it's hard to believe. When I want my tea, I want my tea. That's non-negotiable, but I don't know. I don't know if I even wanted to leave in the first place. I don't know if I even wanted the business. I just try to think about what would be the best move for the most possible, the grandest, most effective outcome. And that's just, it's just wired in me. That's just how I think. And I think it's a strength. I don't want to get wrapped up in what I want and then miss out on what I should have done. But I suppose you make a point too. It would really be unfortunate if I lived a miserable life. I don't know. I'm still weighing everything. Listen, what I learned back there about the new instatement of the government and about, I mean, seeing what we saw back there, it was tragic. In the temples, although I didn't practice, it's such a shame. They had so much I don't know what the word would be. There are things that are important that the world is losing, and I care about that. So part of me does want to just run around and rampage and see what other foes we can, take down or whatever you guys say. But a lot of me just thinks that I could do more in a political position right now. Have a mind that reaches out to the masses and not just the few. So I'm still thinking. Does that make sense?
I think that the greatest things that ever happen because people care, not because they're trying to make something great happen. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. I don't know what I'm to do.
And that's okay.
What are we going to do now? Like, what are we going to do? Are we going to chase after this dragon, then what? Like, are we just going to march upon the leader's gates and demand that he stops quarreling with the world? Like, part of me just doesn't see tangibly how we could do much. And I know that sounds pessimistic, but I think it's rather realistic. And it hurts to say, because we do have some incredible companions here. But, like, it's just, there are more tangible ways to make changes, and I care about that. I don't want to leave. I know that much. You're talking about what I want. I don't think I want to go. But if I'm killed by a sea dog and never seen again, what good did I do?
Who saved you from that sea dog? Just
Oh
curious.
boy, let me think. I think it was Havel.
Incorrect answer.
Lydia, I'm so sorry. That was Grant, not Edward. Edward says, you did. That's what he says. You did.
Just so you know, Grant, Havel was the only person not involved in that.
Okay. Oh, I saved him. I remember now.
Forever ago.
I know. Yes, you did.
Hero, truly.
You did, Renaya. Yes, a hero. You did, Renaya.
Right. Edward, if you want to stay, I understand how scary it is. I know. But we're going to protect you. But we would appreciate it if you would want to protect us too.
I don't wish harm upon you.
You don't really indicate that in a lot of things you say.
Like what?
Edward, I can tell you so many things that you have said to me that hurt.
Really?
Yes. And I know that you don't mean to, but especially this past adventure of ours.
I apologize. My memory escapes me.
I knew Amos. He was a person to me. He was a valuable person to me. He's not some relic of history. He was somebody of importance in my life.
Well, I would think you'd be grateful that these things would be recorded. I thought I was doing a service here. I thought I was doing it because I cared. I could have chosen just not to write anything down. Do you see?
Edward, I wanted you to stay out and hold my hand.
I'm sorry. I know you don't want to hear it. And I don't want to repeat past mistakes, but You have to understand on my part too. How could I not have done that? It's because I care, Renaya. I feel like I'm made the villain so many times in this party, but I feel like nobody actually tries to understand what I'm trying to do here. And I apologize.
I think what you said was very nice at his funeral. But I needed you for a moment. And you didn't even notice. I think you have a lot to think about, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to stay with Havel until he wakes up. I hope you have a good night, Edward. And she's going to get up and head back inside.
And as she's walking towards the door, he goes, Renaya.
What?
I hope you have a good night too.
She's going to continue inside.
And Edward keeps riding.
We're going to transition over to the camera tilts a little ways away from the cabin towards these two dark figures along the ridge of the cliff. Catherine and Laura, you guys are continuing your conversation. You guys had just talked about how you'll hang out in a tree and camp out to like the one tree in town. So yeah, we'll pick right back up where you guys left off.
Okay, you have no idea how hard it was for me to stay silent to that conversation, Grant. That was Lydia, Grant. That was gold right there.
Oh, thanks.
Put that on a plaque.
Thanks.
One take. We're done. We can move on to the next scene.
Yeah, guys, we did it. We don't have to, roll back again.
An episode right
Guys,
there, guys.
we'll
We're
see
done.
you
Thank
next
you so
week.
much for
Yeah,
watching.
guys, thank you for watching the Paper Dungeon this week. Oh my goodness, lots to talk about. All right.
Guys. Moving on.
Drew awkwardly trying to avoid his subject of the stream.
It's not going to work.
Man,
sneaky Drew.
They found me out. Anyway. Hannah, I believe it was your turn to respond.
Oh, so you're gonna put it on me. Okay.
That's what you said beforehand. I thought. All right, I'll say something. I just,
Please do.
One of you say something, okay? I'm trying to run a show here.
Rat
We
is
just
here.
got so out of it in like 30 seconds time.
Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Drew, just
sorry.
read from the script that I prepared for you. It's okay.
Sorry. Right. Okay, yeah, where's that script that Ryan sent me?
Oh my goodness.
Don't look at me like that, Hannah.
I mean, if you don't want to talk, we don't have to talk.
No,
Yeah,
I
Drew,
do.
It's a make your decision.
Bro, just make
We
a
could
sentence.
always,
You just need a sentence, Drew. Just one sentence.
Drew, if you need time,
So-
other people have things they need to do.
We'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes. We're going to go on break
I'm
now.
sorry.
Because apparently we lost our ability to play this game.
I can't like put anything together right now. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Is this
wow.
in-game? Can Cather not put anything together?
Cather
Channel
sees
that.
Melora
What's
with the moonlight
Tarak
coming up behind
doing?
her.
Anyway,
what is
so
Tarak
Tarak
doing?
wakes
What's
up.
Tarak up to?
Wait, hold
So
on.
Tarak-
Are we about to go to sleep or about to wake up? What time
About
of day
to go to
is it?
sleep.
It's
You're
Oh.
About to go to sleep.
Oh man. Well,
Lost your
Tarak
chits,
has
dude.
been awkwardly kind of sitting around the edge of the house, just like trying not to. He realized the last time that he was here and walked into a conversation that was happening.
I got it.
Yeah, Drew, look, I'm trying to stall for you here.
Yep.
The last time that it happened, apparently it was awkward, so he's not going to do that to Renaya and Edward this time. So he's just going to kind of sit there and then, like, look out over the sea, which, it's pretty similar to how it was back home. Bunch of sand, some water in the distance. And then he'll just kind of curl into a little ball at the edge of the house. and just go to sleep there because he doesn't want to turn the corner because then people are going to be like, oh my god, how much did you hear? And the answer is all of it.
So wait, Tarek, are you on the base floor?
I'm outside the house around the side.
Oh, he heard the whole Edward and Renaya conversation.
I was just wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, weren't you inside studying Havel's curse removal?
Oh, he's done.
It's over now.
He's healing.
Is Havel just like laying down on the kitchen table right now?
Yeah, you're currently laying down as
you have a pillow and blanket.
Every
nice
muscle, like every tissue of muscle, just slowly regrows at an accelerated rate, and it's an extremely painful process.
Yeah.
Because the first thing that grows back is the nerves, and so you have all these nerves that are just exposed.
He's unconscious because it hurts so bad.
Yes, exactly.
I literally passed out from shock.
Yes, 100%. So yeah, you're just kind of laying there in enough pain that in enough pain that every time that you like come out of it, you scream for about 10 seconds and then just pass out again. And it's just like
that's fair.
Yeah.
No.
So the entire conversation with Renaya and Edward, it would just be like, so this thing. Oh!
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
although every once in a while, every like 10 minutes or so.
The other thing too is that in between those screams, he's like whispering things in his sleep.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And like jerking.
He's not having a good time.
Everywhere, like he is not having a good time.
So anyway, Tarak curls into a ball.
Yeah,
and
I go to
the camera
sleep.
Shifts
again
from Tarak over to the cliffside where there's two figures. All right, pull it together, people. Okay.
Oh my goodness. All right. Melora.
Hi.
Okay, now this is maybe a weird question. All right, but this thought just occurred to me, and I'm kind of scared. Do you have a rope?
I think I do. I have a rope, right? I mean, I think
you should have rope in your pack.
I do.
Right. Do you have to sleep in the tree?
I mean,
do you?
Not necessarily.
Okay, well, because I just realized that last time, assuming that maybe there is a nightmare this time, last time there was a bit of movement involved, bit of side to side, throwing yourself a little bit.
You want to make sure I didn't fall out to the tree.
Yes, I'm kind of concerned, actually.
Well,
I don't want you to, fall and hurt yourself or something happen,
I appreciate your concern. I suppose we could just be next to it.
Right. Perfect. All right. Now we just need to get the tent from Havel.
Right. Do we know that he got a tent?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident. I think he got a tent. I think it happened. Really. It's probably, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure he got a tent and not just like a tarp or something,
Right.
That's what, I mean, because like, the tarp would be much harder to use. Unless we like threw it over a branch.
If there was a branch low enough, I mean, that would work.
Then we'd have a tree tent.
Right.
Is that sort of like a tree house?
Do you want me to go get the tarp? I mean, I think Havel is still,
No, not tarp. Tent.
The tent, right. I think Havel is still, I could go if you wanted to wait outside.
I mean, maybe we'll see if he's still, in pain when we get there.
Alright. So, do you want to head back?
Look to the beach and the ocean before looking back at her. Only if you want to.
I mean, I didn't particularly want to, if you want to stay out here.
Alright. I'm going to be honest, conversation is not my strong suit. So I apologize in advance when there's going to be some awkward silence.
It isn't mine either. I mean, if you want to just sit on the beach and look at the sky or the ocean. I mean, I'm not very good at conversation either.
Oh, Lydia. Yeah, that would be great. And I assume we make our way over to the beach and find a nice spot just to sit down.
You guys make your way down the rickety wooden stairs that lead down the 80 or so feet to the beach. It's not a very large beach. It's kind of this like half dome encompassed beach, only probably about a quarter of a mile wide at its longest point. But the waves are gently lapping against the sand. You can see that there are shells that have washed up. There's driftwood. There's a variety of different little animals like crabs and a variety of crustaceans. There's a starfish that's like slowly like wiggling its way across the beach.
Laura.
Aye?
Last time, after you woke up and I was there, did you like what happened? Yes, Chad, I just asked that question.
Did you?
Yeah. It's been a while since I perhaps had a really close, well, I shouldn't say a while since I've had a close friend, but I've only really ever had two, and one of them's my sister, so, you know.
Right. I have not really... I've had one friend, I'd say.
Now, I've said this several times now. Now, Laura, I consider us friends. More so than I would say I'm friends with anyone else in the group.
Alright.
Don't know if the rest of the group really likes me, to be honest. But I really enjoy talking to you. Hope you know that.
Thank you very much. I like talking to you too.
I kind of just sit there in silence for a little while.
Melora's flowers in her hair have started to close because it's dark now. But
when it happens, just, or really when anything happens, just, I'll be here, alright?
alright. Earlier today, you said that you wouldn't let anything happen to me. And if you were to risk your life and lose it, I wouldn't know how to. I will protect you as well. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. And I promise that I myself will try not to die.
Thank you very much. Can I get it in writing?
I pull out a piece of paper and I write down, I, Cather Ebenthar, do solemnly promise to Melora that I will do what I can to not die, but bid it necessary to protect her.
No. Cross that out. Cross it out.
As you go to cross it out, Ginger like scurries down Melora's arm and places like a hand over what it says and is like looks up at you with the most like intense stare.
Look
Not
at
you,
me or
Melora,
look at
Cather.
Melora? Oh,
He looks at you,
me.
Cather, and just like nods her head, and then looks back and like glares at you, Melora.
Melora, look.
I didn't want...
Now, okay, Hannah, help me out here. Okay, because
Okay.
Drew's trying to remember what, because we've had lots of conversations, Hannah.
Yes, we have.
All right.
Yes, we have. Mhm,
So I'm trying to remember because Cather brain is sometimes gets confused with Drew brain.
Okay.
Do you recall? Here, I'm going to text you just because I don't want the chat to be spoiled in case this isn't public.
Okay.
Guys, in the meantime, while this is going on, I just wanted to take this moment to say that we appreciate you for joining us on today's episode and hope that you come and swing by next week to see Lydia's fantastic Valentine's Day one-shot. It'll be wonderful. I'm playing a very interesting character. We're all playing very interesting characters. It's probably going to be partial train wreck, but I'm sure it'll be great. On top
And we
of that,
say
why
that
don't
it's
you
going to be
check
a
out-
train wreck because of us, not because of Lydia.
Because of us. No,
Lydia's
because
been
Lydia's
planning
gonna
this
do
for
a
like 3
great
months.
job.
It's going to be amazing. But the rest of us are
knowing
going to
my
just mess it up.
character,
He's a train conductor.
Check out our merch.
Also, yeah, check out our merch. So you know how like in the D&D community, we always talk about like, not making characters that are just unproductive to the party. Like if you're going to make a character,
Don't
they
say
should be,
anything
like,
about Edward.
somewhat
Don't
productive
you
to
do
the
it.
party at some way. My character is not. My character is
Okay,
like
good.
Edward, where he's not productive to the
And back to it.
And back. No, she has not.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I did see, and that's I was gonna use that, but I can't because because Cather does not know that.
Right.
I care a lot for you, Laura. And while I would definitely say I'd be willing to do what it takes to keep everyone else safe, you would be the first one I would do anything for.
Everyone that I've ever loved or cared about has died, either because of me or protecting me. I do not want you to die, Cather.
I assume we're sitting next, like side by side. I'm gonna swerve around. I'm saying crisscross applesauce now in front of her, as I look at her. I understand the loss that comes with loved ones departing. And I could never know fully the pain that you have endured, because it's yours. But I can be here for you, and if I do die, Melora, I'm dying for a cause that I believe in. For someone who I believe in. A young, strong, and capable woman.
Now you're just trying to flatter me.
Well, it's the truth. And besides, if fate has charged me with protecting you, I can't really do that in the ground now, can I?
Oh, so it's your job. That's why.
Well, the job is just happy coincidence. I would do it 10 times over again if otherwise.
I'm bad luck, you know. Caring for me is... You might as well be signing your death warrant.
I'm not scared of death. Death doesn't have to be sad. It certainly is a lot of times. But it's also an end of the pain, the sadness. I promise. I will do everything I can to keep you safe and to not die. But Melora, I care for you too much. And besides, I'm bad luck too, so it cancels out, right?
You're bad luck, you say.
Oh yeah.
How so?
It's a long story.
I'm listening. Only if you want to.
How do I explain this? Drew's like actually like grasping right now. He's like, how do I explain this? Well, for one thing, I can hardly hit something for the life of me. Meanwhile, you are always the one who's saving me, keeping me safe.
Quite like that job.
Or, I mean, shoot, this entire time, honestly, in many ways, I've been dragging you down. Ever since I ran into you in that temple, you were the one who dragged me out of it before that ooze could do something. Or the strange creatures that followed. That's you just... I mean...
Although I may have reacted very strongly when we first met each other, I'm glad that I am able to also protect you. I mean, I have never been one for one-sided agreements, so to speak.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is, you say it's your job and that you'd love to protect me. But I didn't think that doesn't mean that I kind of protect you as well.
Sounds fair.
So in that case, we'll protect each other and neither of us will be dying.
All right.
Then I'm happy.
I'll pull her in for a hug.
Real quick, does Edward, did he see them walk out to the beach?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you
Well-
saw him walk down.
You just hear sheepish footsteps in the sand.
Oh God.
After I get out of the hug with Melora, I just look behind us and see.
Edward's like was tiptoeing and he just kind of freezes, and he composes himself and he's like,
What's going on, Edward?
I don't mean to interrupt. Cather, I was wondering if we could talk over tea in the morning,
All
We
right.
could talk
just briefly.
right now if you want me to go get
Ugh,
the tea.
No.
I'm tired, honestly. I'd rather wait till morning.
Yeah, morning's great. Morning's great.
Okay, sorry. And he turns and walks away.
I just. I kind of like rest my
No,
head on
that's-
Melora's shoulder for a second.
What's all that about?
To be honest, I got no idea. I didn't want to talk to him tonight.
Well,
I just.
at least he wants to talk to you.
Yeah, I have some damage control I need to do.
Alright, about what, if you didn't mind me asking?
Well, when we were on the island, and we kind of had that group talk, and Havel said what he said about me,
Right.
I wasn't really understanding really where that came from. Until we talked a little bit later. So I think I have some explaining to do.
For the morning then.
Yeah.
Until then, are you tired or?
I don't know, DM, what time is it? How long have we been
It's
awake
like-
for?
You guys have been awake for going on like 16 hours or so.
Oof.
No. Not. Let me think. Okay, so you guys went there. You didn't take a.
Because we
no, you took a
rested,
long rest.
We took our long rest, and then we.
You
keep
guys have been awake for
traveling.
like 9 hours. Yeah, it's been like 9 hours. Like you guys woke up and then found the thing and then left, and then proceeded to your 6 hours of traveling, and then just boogied on over. It's been like 9 hours. You guys have tons of time. It's probably like 5. It's probably like dinner time.
Mm.
Then,
Well, I can't say I'm tired so much as hungry.
right, maybe we should see what that's all about.
Right. Hopefully I don't feel inclined to leave the table again and everyone stare at me awkwardly.
Well, sit next to me, and if you feel the inclination to leave, then I will go with you.
Alright. To the house we go.
All right.
Through the through the
And now that I
the
have
beach
Ginger,
and up the mountain to Lada's house we go.
So,
since Ginger,
really quick. From my understanding is that you are all going to the house, no?
Yes.
Everyone is at the house. Eat of my
Uh,
flesh.
As you approach, on the dinner table, ready to be served, is the full course
God.
meal that is Havel.
oh
Brother.
God, oh
Oh
God.
dear, dude, come on.
Havel about a third of the way through his regeneration
Yep.
process.
Oh gosh.
What's
Yep,
up, Renaya?
Okay, so is everybody there?
Yes.
Everybody but Tarak is there.
I'm real close though.
So Renaya's kind of just been sitting there the whole time, just staying by Havel, listening to him scream every now and then go
And-
unconscious.
And then mumble.
And then mumble. So you walk in on that.
Nice. Is
Hi.
Hi. Is everyone else around? Kind of probably need to talk a little bit.
I'll
about
say
the
Edward's
plan
on the porch, still writing, so he's in earshot.
and maybe get some food.
I need to go into town and grab some food anyway, so I'll let you kids talk while I go get groceries. Lada pops her head out and says that, and then proceeds to make her way around and like look at you, Renaya, and then leaves.
Man, she's going shopping at 5 o'clock at night?
Well, I mean, if it's a small town, I suppose they can make their own hours.
That's
As-
probably true.
As Lada passes Edward, he's gonna look up and notice her and say, "Ah, Lada!" Stand up quickly and say, "I've been meaning to ask you something."
Yes.
I don't mean to be a burden, but it would be really nice if I had somebody to point me in the right direction for regeneration magics. I didn't learn a lot as I was learning, and it would really help.
Like healing.
Yes.
Yes, I could show you a little bit if you'd like.
We don't have to now. I mentioned it to Renaya too, because I knew she learned under you.
Mm-hmm.
So, whatever you think is best.
Why don't you talk to me in the morning and we'll see what happens.
That would be perfect. Go on about your business. That's all I wanted.
All right. You have a great night, Edward. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
You too, Lada. And he sits back down, keeps writing.
She proceeds to make her way into the town.
Okay, cool. Renaya is gonna look over to Catherine. Do you know where Havel would keep his thieves' tools?
Probably.
I don't know. Do you suppose it's near the tent that he got?
What tent?
He said he got a tent, right?
I don't think so.
Are you sure? Maybe here. Let's.
He mentioned
Is Havel awake or asleep right now?
He's asleep.
He's
He
out.
He is unconscious.
I'm currently in and out of consciousness as my
Perfect.
body regrows.
Perfect. Where's his stuff
I
at?
mean,
You look around and there's one low bag off in the corner that you
Yeah,
recognize to be Havel's.
I'll tell you what, Drew. Why don't you roll an investigation check for me?
Sure.
wait, can I do one to find his thieves' tools?
You can assist.
Yes.
Here, I'll just assist her. She probably has a better intelligence than I do.
It's a low bar.
Oh,
Got him.
that was so fast.
Oh, that was so close to a nat 1, but then it went to a 19. That was beautiful. Okay, so
What's the
investigation,
total?
19 plus 3. So 22.
I gotta double check, make sure that I'm giving you the right number. But if my inkling is correct, infinity. No, I'm joking.
Not even a natural 20 could reach it.
DM, if I were to hide an item or attempt to hide an item in the past tense form, what would what I'll let you decide. What do I roll to set the DC?
Roll a stealth check.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I needed. 23.
Oh. So
He doesn't get like disadvantage or anything because literally
Well,
he's stripped down and
yeah.
has
Well, what
everything
are-
on the
what
board.
exactly?
The
Okay.
tools, and
Well,
then
This is an
Okay. What
outrage.
exactly?
So-
Okay. What? So you? Okay. I'll give you this. I'll give you this because I believe I did specifically state this in the past. And if you're looking for what I think you're looking for, you're probably not going to find it. The thieves' tools you likely find in the bag, kind of nearing the very bottom, in a small roll, like an art roll, but made for tools. But if you're looking for the specific tools that got yeeted, those aren't in the roll.
No, you
Prison
said
wallet.
You said that you like looked at a few and then put them back in their place and rolled it up and put it away.
They put it. I think they.
Did I?
Yeah. I specifically remember that. I made a
did
mental.
say
I thought I shoved them in my boot, but sure, we'll go with that. Why not? You have a better memory than I do.
Just
I have,
let it happen.
I have
Just let it happen.
terrible memory. Go for it.
Awesome.
Check if he
So
has intent. Check if he
You
has
find
I'm
you find
unconscious. Sooner or later, I'm sure you find them.
you find the roll of thieves' tools, and it are the 2 melted thieves' tools as well.
Do we find the tarp as well?
You find a tarp, you don't find a tent.
Man, I really thought that he had bought a tent.
Maybe he went out for one and then there was no one to buy.
I suppose that's probably possible. Well, I guess we could use a tarp. It's gonna
Lottie
be.
might have a tent. I mean, didn't know if she does much adventuring anymore, but
Renaya, would Lotta maybe have a tent?
Maybe.
Maybe. Huh.
Havel screams.
Okay.
Why do you guys need a tent?
Well, Melora and I were kind of thinking that we might go and sleep by the tree towards the entrance of town. And, well, for my sake at least, and I guess Melora, since we decided she probably wasn't going to sleep in the tree itself, we'd need something to sleep in.
Why not here?
I looked to Melora.
I'm fairly certain I'm going to have a nightmare, and being close to nature is very comforting.
To look at Cather.
Apple screams.
Okay.
So, you described the tools are like melted.
Yeah, so the actual like pick heads where there would be all the little chambers, the extrusions that would open the chambers, it's all melted away. And it's just a little ring where his fingers would like hold on to, and then like a little bar that's then melted on the tips.
Renaya like holds them up. Well, no, it's not gonna work. I'm just gonna start putting them back.
What were you going to do?
I'm just gonna. I figured out this cool thing I could do, and I can like fix things, but if stuff is missing, I can't do it.
Oh.
Yeah, you check that spell, DJ.
I'm checking the spell.
I literally
Just in case.
read it. You can believe me.
This is
Okay,
the-
but I am the DM. I can choose what I
But
want this
rule
spell
of
to
red.
That's
Yeah.
true. Okay,
Cool.
I support you.
And this is the
Rule of
segment
sad.
of
Let
our
me
show
suffer.
where
Right
DJ
now,
flips
DJ
through every book he
is
owns.
searching for a loophole.
Anyway,
Ryan is more of a fan of the rule of sad than he is the rule of rad. Let me suffer.
Isn't the rule of wholesome a thing, DJ?
It
No.
should be. It
So, unfortunately, with the pieces melted off, you would need 2 pieces to put together.
Wah, wah,
So you're doing
wah.
great, Lydia. I love the fact that you know this game like the back of your hand. You're freaking crushing it, doing awesome. I, as a DM, appreciate you as a player.
Maybe. Do I think by any chance Lotta would have some spare thieves' tools lying around?
You would know that Lotta is a woman of many talents and
She
skills,
She is amazing.
and
burglary is not one of them.
could
So-
potentially have something along those lines. You're not
Okay,
really sure
I'm gonna go look in the
where.
kitchen utensils
DM,
and start looking.
for
Roll
future
an
reference,
investigation check.
for future reference, I had to double confirm this because I didn't want to be wrong. But I'm pretty sure the end of a pick is called a rake.
A rake. See, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
I think it depends on the type of lockpick. I think some of them are rakes. I think some of them aren't. I don't know. I also don't lockpick things.
Anyway,
What did you get?
Out of 12.
Yeah, kitchen tools, thieves' tools, they're really not the same thing.
I grab a fork and I turn to Cather and I'm like, do you think he'll be mad if I put a fork on his tools?
It would be kind of funny.
Track is going to awkwardly walk around the corner of the building, just past Edward, not say anything.
Edward doesn't say anything either.
That's a good plan.
Oh, Track, there you are.
Is that disrespectful? Tarak, do you know?
I mean,
what are we?
Is it respectful to have thieves' tools in the first place?
Havel takes offense.
I mean, they're literally tools that are used for thieving.
Hey, it's a profession. He screams.
To us so far, a few times at least, right?
Maybe when she gets back, I can ask if she has them somewhere, and then I can ask Havel if it's okay.
Our locksmiths, thieves.
That's different, all right.
And she's just gonna go and try and put everything back.
Okay, you put everything back.
What are you trying to do? What did I miss?
Trying to fix his thieves' tools, because he was really upset him, and he's in a lot of pain right now. So I thought that would be a nice thing to wake up to,
So, I mean, Lana probably. What does Marv do?
Aggressive.
Aggressive?
Pick your verb.
Well, I don't like to
That's an adjective.
generalize dwarves, but does he can he make anything? Most of them are good with metal.
Does he just hit things like I do?
I mean, people can do both.
I'm sure he's got plenty of skills. They all are super skilled.
Aggressive heal.
Will wait.
Aggressive stab.
I will wait.
Renaya prepares an action.
All right.
I will hold my action.
All right.
Until...
in the meantime, though, since Havel is not awake yet and probably won't be for a little while, perhaps we can discuss our plan of action in the morning.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Wait, are you saying that we should discuss our plan for the morning, or wait to discuss our plan in the morning?
In the morning. I mean, if
Havel screams.
If Havel was awake right now, then it would be fine. I would love to talk right now. That way we could figure out what we want to do, because we kind of have a list of things we need to take care of now.
We have a list?
We have a lot.
And we need to figure out what we want to do, soon. But we need everyone for that.
I'm thinking that perhaps, and Melora looks at Havel, didn't know if we're gonna be ready for the things on our list by tomorrow. Maybe we take a day of rest?
Looks at Havel. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hey, Edward. So,
yes?
Can you come in here for a second?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I suppose. He closes his book.
Thank you.
And that's the sound it makes. And then he walks through the door, looks at Havel, and he says, well, at least he's getting better. Oh, my.
Yes, he is.
Yes, what do you need?
Well, we were discussing, our plan. Or at least...
For tomorrow?
Planning to take some time to plan.
Oh, good.
But given the Havel's states of being currently, we don't know what he's going to look like in the morning.
You'll be happy to know, Edward, that you may have to take as much time as you want in the morning to have your tea and do absolutely nothing.
Okay.
I think we want to take some time to relax.
Honestly,
for once.
That sounds great. I'd love to relax a little bit. From the Fade of Fortresses to a beach.
Is that your working title?
Working? I guess. That's what I've been doing. I'm ready for tea. Let's have tea. You want tea now? Huh?
Well, Lotta was going to get supplies for dinner.
Oh, yes, that would be rude, wouldn't it? We
Although,
can wait.
I mean, we haven't really hung out as a group together in a while.
We haven't? What have we been doing?
Well, revise. We haven't really talked as a group, but that wasn't a...
Like just in a fun way.
In a not there's a problem to fix sort of way.
A fun way.
Aye.
Edward's also puzzled.
All right. So tomorrow we'll take the day. We'll relax. We'll have and introduce the term fun to you two, and we'll go from there.
I can have fun.
I mean, I know what fun is.
I'm a fun guy, Catherine.
Were we not having fun? I was having a great time.
I think we could have even more fun.
Drek, what do orcs do for fun?
No.
Don't answer that. You don't want to know,
Sometimes
Catherine.
Let him speak.
Well,
Edward.
if you're a child of Ilnival, sometimes you sharpen blades using a grindstone coated with blood.
Yes, fun.
Oh, man. Well, and then priests of Luthic, sometimes creating poison can be just blast.
Oh, bring out the pom-poms. We're making poison.
And then they paint their nails with it. So that's fun.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The one story that I know, well, actually that's not true. I know a few stories about orcs. The only one that seems to be true of you so far is the fact that you still find fun in, like, war.
Well, fun in war. It's not exactly. It's not a pastime. It's just kind of what we do.
Yes, I know that.
We like to live by the idea that someone who's trained every day in their life will never defeat someone who's having fun. If they believe that this whole fight and war, if that is a task to them rather than simply a way of being, and that's something that they can enjoy, they'll never win to someone who has that.
So, spirit is more rewarding than skill.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. My dad taught me the opposite. I mean,
Well,
if you're just going about your days having a grand old time all the time and you never buck down and do the work, then you won't really get very far.
Well, no,
It's interesting.
the goal is to have joy in the work. If you don't enjoy the work, then it is worse job than something you enjoy.
When you put it that way, it's... yeah.
So the orcs enjoy war, and that's why we're the best at it.
He's got a point.
Interesting.
Right. Well, on that lovely note, I'm going to step outside, away from the screaming man.
That's a good idea.
So just get me when dinner's ready. And I will step outside. I just
Edward will also
lay
go back
down
to the porch.
in the grass.
I will just go and I will sit outside and just be close, and then I will take out Ginger and kind of just talk to her and ask her about her run and everything like that.
Yeah, she starts chittering away, excitedly telling you all about her run and her frolic through the grass. Yeah, you guys hang out for a little bit and wait for Lotta to return with groceries and supplies, and it takes way longer than it should. As you three who are outside kind of look about, an hour later or so, wondering where Lotta is, you can see her. You see her in the village, and she goes over to this other house and knocks on the door. You see Marv open the door. She enters, and they close the door, and then she just never leaves. Oh. So, yeah, about 2 or 3 hours go by before you guys eventually would see Lotta again. So if you guys want to talk about anything or do anything, you have that. Otherwise...
Well, Edward's just chilling, writing down stuff.
Okay.
How's Havel's healing process going?
Yeah, how is that going?
Slow and painful.
So,
Yeah,
like,
DJ,
if you were to
how's
give
that
me...
going?
As you begin to, like, math it out, you think that it's roughly going to take about the extent of a long rest to really get him back to a point where he's conscious most of the time.
That makes sense.
Wow, I'm we're killing it out here, guys.
Regrowing 50% of the human body is a
We should have waited until everyone was going to sleep.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I got 2-3 hours.
Let's go, Tarak.
Trek will he'll step outside and see so who all is close to the house within ear range? Everyone, right?
Everyone.
Okay, great, don't care. He'll kind of like awkwardly stand in front of the door next to where Edward is sitting.
Edward, you see his eyes, like you see his head turn a little bit and his eyes slowly look over. And then he slowly looks back down on his book and keeps writing.
He'll not exactly turn towards Edward, but you can tell that it is pointed at him.
You know, in the Crimson Wastes, there is a point, a place, not quite close to the ocean, but not quite far from it either. You can still see it. And in the mornings, when the rim of the sun just crests over the edge of the horizon and the sky turns red, the light will reflect off of the sands and cover the ocean, turning it red, like a sea of blood, which I'm sure to you sounds disturbing.
Yeah, it does. Thank you for that.
But the comparison to blood is something that the orcs have made themselves. I used to travel to that place on one of the highest dunes. Of course, they shift around frequently, but some of them tend to stay a little higher. And I would stay there, and I realized that it isn't the same color of blood, which is more like copper.
So you're telling me that in all of your investigative work, you determined that the color of the sea at sunset was more of a copper color?
No, that's the color of blood.
Way.
Have you never seen blood?
Blood is more copper, and the sea is less copper color.
Well, yes, it looks like ruby.
Ruby?
Yes, a sea of rubies.
You know what rubies look like?
Of course I do.
Those are quite precious. Where did you see them?
I had a friend.
A friend? Ah.
Yes.
He probably just handed them over, didn't he? Or did you get them another way?
Well, I don't have them.
Okay. Ah, he just had them. You don't have them with you.
No.
Okay, good. Well, I was getting alarmed. And Edward goes back to writing and says, and then he stops himself and he kind of tilts his head up at Trek and he says, "What do you want?"
I don't know about want anything, but a while ago, you said something regarding me, returning to the Crimson Wastes. And I think it was meant at a slight, but I didn't quite take it as that. Mainly due to the fact that there are some things there that I really do miss.
You miss things from the Crimson Wastes.
Well, yes.
How could that be? I've heard horrifying tales of the place.
Oh, there are many terrible, terrible things there.
What's worth missing? Sand rats?
It's his
The
home.
scorching heat?
You're not a very good listener, are you, Edward?
Well, I'm listening to you now.
At this point, I sit up out of the grass. It's his home, Edward. Anyone can find something that they enjoy about their home, even the most terrible places. I used to hear stories back home about the Drow. They live in the deepest, darkest, some of the most dangerous places in the world, under the ground. And yet, is claimed by some to be one of the most beautiful.
Really? The Drow is one that I don't know a lot about. I've heard basic things, but you're claiming that they live in a worse terror than the Crimson Wastes?
Maybe not worse.
Very much so.
Oh my.
But again, it's no place is so bad that you can't find something you appreciate about it. Unless you're like in the Nine Hells, I guess, but
Yeah. Do you suppose so you're saying, do you suppose that those that are of the Nine Hells, supposedly, are you saying that they would enjoy it there?
probably.
Like, what if somebody was born in, like, the worst place possible? Tarak, did you ever
I
have
think
times when
that's-
you wanted out of the Crimson Wastes?
Every day.
But you still miss it.
Yes.
I just don't understand.
Perhaps it's something you need to see with your own eyes.
The Crimson Wastes?
Well, yes.
I don't know how long I'd last there. Ugh. I don't think so.
I think that what's beautiful and what's terrible are very subjective, based on your upbringing, based on where you came from. But memories as a child are usually quite fond, most of the time. And so when you associate that time of your life where good things happened, where you were happy, it makes the place that you were in during those memories, no matter how scary it may seem to another, something very much worth missing.
So Tarak, just because it puzzles me, do you have memories of the Crimson Wastes that you're fond of?
Of course I do. There are times, in that place that I mentioned, high above the sands, with, normally the tribe was at my back when I was there, that the winds, the ever-blowing winds, would stop for just a moment, the dust would clear, and the sun would rise over the edge of the horizon, and the sea would turn into a field of rubies and the sands into a land of gold. There was no sound. The air was completely still. And still in the sky, you could see the moon, full and yellow. It was peaceful. Now, most of the time, after that split second, it would return to what it is, where the sands are soaked with blood and red and copper. And the sea would return to being blue and filled with terrible things. The sun would rise, the winds would pick up, and the sand would blow and sear the skin from your bones. Most of the time it was terrible, but there were many times when there's nothing more beautiful. Are you going to respond, or are we just going to stand here awkwardly while Cather sits in the wet grass?
I don't know. I was just thinking maybe it'd be worth seeing if, you could only be there for a split second and not have to endure the blistering winds and the cold and the heat. And
Oh, I'm sure you'd make it there, Edward.
do you think I would make it through the Crimson Wastes?
Yeah.
Edward,
You're too stubborn.
look.
Tarak, do you think I would make it through the Crimson Wastes, Tarak?
Alone?
I thought that was implied.
I never said anything of the sort.
Oh my goodness, Edward.
Even when I left the wastes, I was never truly alone.
Edward, you don't...
Okay, Tarak.
You don't have
Cather, did you have something?
You don't have to be... Edward,
It's okay, Cather. You can just say it.
Oh my
Grant,
God.
you are the worst.
Oh my God.
Oh, man. Okay, anyway. Edward, you don't have to be alone. None of us do. I mean, if you want to be, I suppose we can let you walk away. But you don't have to be.
Look at all of the things that you have been through already.
I know. Why does
I
this
mean-
have to be about me all of a sudden? I
Although-
thought we were
I'm
talking
try-
about the Crimson Wastes.
We
I was
were.
talking about the Crimson Wastes.
I was just talking to Renaya about history and about your own thoughts and stuff like that, and there's a lot on my mind. I don't want to talk about it.
Are you
Let's
sure?
go
You're
back to
pretty
talking
good at
about the
talking. It's
Crimson
one of your few
Wastes.
skills.
My father taught me how to talk well. Doesn't mean I want to do it all the time.
Well, I mean, yes. Speaking of history, Cather, you were talking about the Drow, right? How much do you actually know about them?
I mean, as a moon elf, more than most. But I can't say I know everything.
I mean,
Are-
no one can know everything.
I mean, the Drow are the mourned enemies of my people.
Who are your people again? Remind me.
Well,
I'm sorry. It's been a while since we've mentioned.
in the common tongue, we are simply known as moon elves.
Ah,
We live far north in rolling plains of
a distant
beauty.
country, right?
Yes.
I just can't recall the name.
And I grew up in Moonkari, a fairly peaceful place, although we had our share of encounters with the Drow. I was usually safely tucked away. I wasn't that skilled of a fighter then. But we've grown up being told many stories.
And do you miss things from your childhood? Are there things that you deem missable? I suppose you could say.
Brotherhood.
You had family.
I mean, I still have. But when I was young, and learning, there was always a bond you had with your peers. Sometimes some would think it would be unbreakable, but time proves that's not always true.
My people also tell tales of the Drow, and through other things, I have learned their history is actually very, very rich. they're capable of great and very terrible things. There's a story, actually, that it was a drow and a tailor who first sewed the sky. The stars are just holes in the tapestry made by an all. Of course, that was before, they called the time before rules, when things were great and terrible, and old men with long beards would stand on top of mountains and rain fire and lightning across the lands. But
I haven't heard that one.
Do you think... Sorry.
Do you know when that was supposed to have taken place?
Oh, long, long ago.
Before the Elven Wars?
Much before. It is not an orcish story at all.
And do you think the sky is actually a tapestry with holes in it?
I think that, Edward, a big issue of yours is that you have a tendency to look without seeing and to listen without hearing. I think that every story has some form of truth behind it, whether or not it's a fairy tale or a history book, because, as you should know, very rarely is history written by a loser.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, I don't know how this became about me, and quite honestly, I don't know what you mean. Just speaking in riddles.
You talked much about Amos, correct? And how you had only heard stories of him and not believed.
Well, yes.
Correct, but now you have, well, in a way, you have seen him. And you have seen the things that he has done. You have met someone he has loved and met someone he has mentored. Suddenly, the stories are not so pretend anymore.
So you're implying that I haven't tried hard enough to find the answers?
I think that you are trying too hard to find the answers. I think the answers are already there. For example, perhaps the sky isn't made of fabric with holes in them that show the light from beyond. But what are the stars? How did they get there? Who made them? Most things don't come into being without something happening. Was it the gods, or was it a man? Or one, for that point. Could be anyone.
The cosmos is a great mystery.
But the cosmos is just a reflection of what you see around you. How did anything happen? People think, and I believe, as did my friend, that the riddles and questions that we have regarding life and the things around us, perhaps the answers have already been told, and most often they're told in stories and tales. People don't have an apt way of explaining them, so they tell a story.
They're all just in hypotheticals, though. Like, we could talk in hypotheticals all day, all night, and we could come up with ideas and concepts, but without actually finding the true answers, without tangibly being able to compartmentalize things, you'll never actually know.
Tell me a truth.
A truth. Okay. If you put water in a pot, and you put that pot over a fire, that water is going to boil. We know that because the water gets hot, starts bubbling. There you go. It's hot.
What happens if you're at a different elevation?
The same thing, I think. Right?
Not quite the case, depending on pressure and where you are. Also, well, there's a lot of different factors, but the boiling point changes.
How do you know this?
Because I'm not a fool.
Excuse me?
There's no such thing as a guaranteed truth.
At this point, real quick, this is when Cather stands up. It goes over to the door, opens the door. Where's Renaya at?
Oh, I imagined that the door was open and Renaya was kind of...
Oh yeah, I didn't close it.
You didn't close
I've just been kind of standing in the open doorway for like a little while.
Okay. Is Renaya there, though?
Yeah.
I'll kind of wave her to come out and join us.
And then Edward continues as she, do you?
She kind of like looks at Cather and then looks back at Havel, and
I realize that I'm awkwardly standing in the doorway, and Cather is motioning past me. I turn around. I'm
you just
so
see
sorry.
you just see Renaya like look around.
How's he doing?
Healing, I think.
Still screaming at like every 10-minute interval?
Yeah. Okay, and she's gonna go over to Cather.
And then Edward continues, is it not an absolute truth that Havel was cursed and that his flesh was being eaten away? Is it not an absolute truth that the temples were lying on the floor? That they were no longer standing up? To me, to only think in hypotheticals is foolish. I think there's legitimate steps you can take to ensure that you know the answer. I think that's what history is. That's what the stories were getting to, but they never got there. We're on the path to understanding what's best, right? But we're not going to get there if we just tell stories. We have to push on.
Yes. But perhaps in the Feywild, those temples never stood to begin with.
Cather, what do you think? You talk about things that were supposed to happen and whatnot. Do you think there are things that are true, that are just true? Or do you think everything is just hypotheticals and wishy-washy? A big ball of blah? What do you think?
Are you... Now, okay, Edward, I'm going to clarify something. Are you asking me for my opinion because it's related to Destiny, or just my opinion?
I thought those were one and the same. Just your opinion, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, how could I? But I also think that I would go mad if I focused on it too much. I do think that there's purpose and there's meaning to people's lives. But people also make their own choices on a day-by-day basis. And that leads to different things happening every day. And when it comes to reality and whether or not gravity is real or not, I don't really know that it's something of a concern to me.
That's fair.
I think it is good to search for the truth, but I do not think that it is wise to disregard things that may not be fully realized. If the hints are there, you might as well take them.
That's fair. Gathering the evidence, gathering the puzzle pieces, the hints. Yes, I see. Now, Tarak, I'm not going to lie. I do quite enjoy your stories at times. But I do have to take them at a grain of salt, because I don't think the sky is a tapestry.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You're taking it too real. There's too much there. You see, you don't take it as literal, it's a metaphor. I thought that I'm the one who just learned how to speak this language like a few years ago. I shouldn't be the one giving a grammar lesson. I can't even read.
I mean, Edward, if you look up at the sky right now, look at the stars.
He does.
What else could you describe that as than a tapestry?
Think very carefully before you answer.
Sure, it's not physically made of leather or cloth, but it certainly is that fulfills that same purpose of beauty.
As you look up to the sky, especially for you, Edward, for the first time, you begin to notice just how many stars there actually are. In Athala, half the time you can't even see the stars. You can't even see the sky, especially where you were from, in the backside of the cave. The night sky was a sliver of something that you could kind of see through the window just over the lip of the cave if there weren't any clouds out and around. But here, out on the field, where there's no torches, there's not an artificial light source hanging from a cave, and where there's nothing, you can see the billions of stars in the sky. And you begin to recognize some of the constellations that you've read about, that you studied. You can see Minos, the bull. You can see the six-fingered hand of Graz. You can see a very regal constellation known as Regulus that you have come to know is based off of Terrakalamos, this three-headed dragon-esque figure flying to the sky. You can see the trees and Icarus and the bear and these constellations that you studied but never had the chance to actually see. And you look through the night sky, and for the first time in your life, you can recognize the book knowledge to the physical, and they become, not that this hasn't happened before, but when it comes to constellations, you can blend those two worlds that you are now living, the academics that you grew up with the real life that you were discovering.
Edward stands there for a moment and says, I have never seen so many stars in one place. You can see the constellations. They're the ones I read about. There's Minos, the bull constellation. Is it here? Yes. There's even the three-headed dragon. That was based on Terrakalamos. Now, one, I don't think it's a tapestry, but for the sake of poetic expression, tapestries are beautiful, the sky's beautiful, it makes sense to me.
There you go.
But I still don't think the sky is a tapestry. It is a nice sentiment, though.
Oh, that's good enough for me.
I'm glad you're satisfied. Now he holds up his book. He says, I've been recording what happened on that island. And to be quite honest with you, I think it's quite good. And he smacks it and he says, this is the truth. This is what I love. Now, I do love expression. Yes, music. I love music. But music, you don't need words. It can still have the exact meaning that it intended. It's different. To me, this is like music. But again, stories are nice too.
Man, what is taking Lotta so long? My goodness.
Eventually,
I'm starving.
Right about this point, Renaya, you get the little notification from your scroll.
Notification.
You guys done yet?
I just write, please come home.
About 3 minutes later, Lotta appears in your guys' view as she's carrying one of those like string bags, like the woven bags that hold they stretch and they hold a lot of your groceries. The very like boho bags. And she's carrying one of those with a variety of different ingredients and food in it, and begins carrying it in. And seeing all of you guys standing awkwardly outside, she just says, "Sorry, I got caught up talking to Marv."
I gotta help her bring things in.
She hands you the one bag. Thank you. So, should we have some dinner?
Yes.
Hey.
Sounds nice.
Is it seafood again?
No, I actually have some cured pork.
In that case, I am so in.
Do we wake up Havel?
I think
I'm-
he's got a while.
I mean, you're welcome to try.
Maybe when he opens his mouth to scream, we can like stick some bread in it.
I don't think that's a great idea.
I mean, he'll probably choke, but nourishment is nourishment.
That tickled me.
You know, we just
Why? I
took,
didn't
we just
actually-
took all this time to make sure he didn't die, so maybe we don't.
Right.
I think it's
Well, let's just start by making some food, and then we can see if he wants any. And she begins stepping inside and preparing a meal for you guys.
Meanwhile, Havel, what have you been doing this whole time? Please enlighten us.
Yeah, Havel.
A brief summary. You're wearing earbuds. I apologize.
No. A lot of mumbling. The
What you
occasional
mumbling
muffled-
about?
Hey man, do you have the observant feat?
I was there for like 5 minutes.
That's up to the DM if you can suss that
From,
out.
from the little bit of time that you spent in there, it was mostly confident, reassuring.
So he's talking himself up. He's like, "You're gonna get through this."
Not
I mean-
quite. More like convincing
Your
others.
abs
that
look so good. You're gonna
Yeah.
make it.
you are such a
There
pretty
are
tiefling.
So
Who's a sexy
there-
tiefling?
You're ripped, man. Just keep
the
going.
best way I can describe it is a strange mixture of calling out to someone, then reassuring people, and then apologizing, all in a very non-cohesive order.
Nice.
Well,
Solid.
Yeah.
Deal.
And you can't really piece out exactly what he's saying.
Mhm.
You just know that he's mumbling things.
Yeah, exactly.
And then in between all of that, just slightly coming to realizing how much agonizing pain he's in, panic screaming, and then his body immediately shutting down once more. That's on a much more like longer, like periodic case.
Yeah.
After a little while, Lada eventually has dinner made and ready, and she just has it all out on the counter and just says, "It's family style tonight, so just take what you want." I actually was in a really good conversation with Marv, so I'm gonna go back over there. Rini, if you want to come with us, you're welcome to. But you guys, the house is yours. Do what you want with it. Please don't burn it or tear it down or yeet it into the ocean. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go back over here.
If it's family style, we should all wash our hands. Just saying.
That's fair.
Yeah, probably.
Is there a place to do that
Do you-
here?
There's a little sink with a big old barrel of water next to it.
Perfect.
Perfect. Edward skedaddles over there and waves everyone. Come on, everyone. Let's wash our hands.
Renaya, are you going to go with her?
I'm gonna stay while
Oh, okay.
Havel is still not okay.
That's very fair.
Do you want to come with Tarak?
What? No.
You should go.
It's. Oh, no, I'm fine.
Come on, Marv would enjoy your company. I'm sure you have many stories.
I don't know.
It'd be fine. Come on, it'll be great. And she grabs a piece of cured pork, sticks it in her mouth, and then just kind of folds her hands behind her and walks out.
Great. Well, I guess I'm going over there now.
Track, you don't have to go if you don't want to.
But I kind of want
It's true.
Have
you do-
fun, Tarak. Have
Tarak,
can go.
You should go over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Please go over there.
He just
Right.
he like just dips his hands in the water. Just like shows his whole arm, in,
Oh, in the whole barrel? No.
and then he just like fills up a plate with as much food as he can grab in one go. That'll like only kind of fall off the plate, and then like just kind of start shoveling into his mouth as he runs towards the other house.
Laura will wait until everyone has cleaned their hands for her to clean hers, and then take out Ginger and clean her paws because she was running around everywhere. and make sure that she has clean enough paws to sit on the table while she eats.
Edward says, "You know you're cleaning her with dirty water, right?"
Well, you know, you
Turk
cleaned your
did it
hands
wrong.
with. You
He
cleaned
dunked
your
his hands
with
in the
same
whole
water.
barrel. Yes, but I did it before he went.
Well,
I'm
they're
just
cleaner
saying.
We
than
can
they
cure
were
a
month
curse. We can
ago.
cure any sickness we get. And
I
gonna go
wash
check.
my hands. I'm immune to diseases now, so
Same.
I don't know how I know that, but I just do.
I've
I'm
lived
confident.
with a squirrel for many years, so I think if I had a fear of diseases...
I believe it hard enough. So now I'm immune to diseases.
Real quick, can Edward find tea materials?
You find the tea materials easily.
Oh yeah,
There's a whole
he makes
cabinet
he
for
makes
tea.
tea. He makes
Oh, yeah.
tea and offers it.
I'll
But
take
he-
some of that.
All right,
He'll get
and
on
he
some of that tea action.
actually hands out some cups and pours little teas. Whoever wants it,
Little
and sits down and be like, "This is luxury, kind of, but in light of what we've been doing, this is luxury." And he takes a sip and eats some pork.
But just an FYI, you might. Edward's very intelligent, probably has a very good memory. Havel has a tea set, if I remember correctly.
He does.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
A
probably
very good
cursed.
tea set as well.
Yes, a very fine.
very
tea.
high.
Would he,
It's very.
would he go rummaging through your stuff, though?
Edward
We
doesn't-
already did.
Edward doesn't.
No, we did.
He
Edward-
purposefully avoids it. He uses Lotus. Sorry, Havel.
So you guys all eat dinner, have your tea, and at this point it begins to get to the point where you all know that it should be about time to be going to bed.
I try.
Oh.
I find the tarp.
Okay, you find the tarp pretty easily.
Cool.
Thank you, Edward, for the tea.
Oh, my pleasure.
Renaya, good night.
Naya just holds her arms out for a hug.
She will take a hug. I'll see you in the morning. Keep an eye on Havel. I know you're good.
I'll be right here, so if you... I'm sure you'll be fine looking at Cather, but then it's like... But I'll be right here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'll be holding Ginger, and she'll kind of like go up to Catherine and be like, "Are you ready to go?"
Yeah.
All right. And she'll lead.
As you guys start walking out, Edward goes, "Oh wait!" and he like stands up, kind of clumsily, and like kind of like walks quickly over to Catherine. And he leans in, he says, "In the morning, around dawn, preferably right before dawn, where should we meet to talk about things?"
I mean, we could just meet here, get some food, and then maybe find somewhere to talk, I guess.
Yes, find somewhere to talk.
But we can meet
That'd
here.
be good. Let's meet here, okay?
Great.
Hey, is Edward facing me?
No. Wait, is
No.
he?
I mean, I don't know.
In my mind, he
well,
was.
since
I was facing the
Catherine-
It's
door.
very obvious.
Yeah,
It's
Catherine
very
Malore.
I
were
have
leaving
a
and
passive
had to turn to go
perception of
back in.
18. I'm
It's
like,
in the middle of the room.
What do you
in the
hear with your
doorway.
elven ears?
What do your elf ears hear?
Don't worry, Edward. He'll be there.
That wasn't for you.
I just pat him on the shoulder. That's all right.
I'll make sure to have tea ready.
Sounds good. Thank you.
As they head out, Renae's just watching Edward.
Edward awkwardly turns around and he says, "It's about bedtime, isn't it?" I think I'll take this side of the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Renaya is going to wait until she knows Edward is asleep.
Okay.
Kill him.
This has all been a ploy to just assassinate Edward.
I'm down.
So, Melora and Cather, you guys begin heading over to the center of town, where you can see that there's one kind of central tree that this town has been built around. Kind of this pale, grayish, almost like a gray oak type tree, with just enough of a low branch that you think that you could throw the tarp over and have a pseudo tent.
Perfect.
Great.
You guys get your camp, quote unquote, set up and prepare for bed. Perfect. With everybody going to bed, we're going to come back to Tarak and Renaya and a bunch of other stuff, but we're going to take our break right now. So we'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll keep talking and hanging out and having, hopefully, eventually a beach episode. Yeah, it'll be great. So we'll be back in just a little bit.
On a beach.
It's kind of
I
a
mean,
beach
we've
episode.
been near
never
the
walked
beach.
on the beach.
Yeah,
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but we'll be back in just a little bit, so stay tuned, guys.
Woo!
Goodbye.
So we are back. As everybody is going to bed, Renaya, you have stayed awake, just kind of waiting for specifically Edward to go to sleep, but everybody has slowly either made their way back, Lotta making her way back, and Tarak making their way back from just hanging out with Marv. And now everybody that's going to be at the house has returned and proceeded to go to bed. What would you like to do?
I am going to start looking for my dagger.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
By the way, DM, I mathed it out. Havel's long rest would have ended at about 1 a.m.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, you go through and you know where Lotta keeps a lot of the relics from her adventures, you know, either items that she deemed were too dangerous to be put in anybody else's charge, or you know, just tokens from her different adventures, or you know, her treasures that she's collected. She has a few different spots that she likes to keep these. There's technically an attic that she has put an enchantment on to, or she had an enchantment put on to keep it blended into the roof. And so you know that technically just past the barrel that you wash your hands at, because there's technically a missing cabinet, there's actually a ladder that goes up into this little attic space. And so you pull the barrel aside and begin making your way up this invisible ladder. If anybody was watching you, it looked like you were climbing the wall itself. And you rise up into this very small, cramped, and packed full attic space of different chests of shapes and sizes, and barrels. This is where a lot of her treasure is. As you go through, you don't know which quite chest it's in, but you open up different chests to, you know, chests filled with gold and rubies and diamonds and gems and all of this stuff, aside from diamonds. No diamonds. No. I saw you, Track. But a variety of valuable, monetary valued trinkets and items and coins. You open up on other things, you know, broken pieces of armor, weapons, spears, and then you open up on you push one chest aside and you can see tucked under an old fishing net is one smaller box. A box that you recognize. It was a box that you carried of different things from your childhood. And you open it, and inside, the first thing you can see is your sheathed dagger, about 1.5 feet long, with this delicately, it's straight up beefy, with this almost elven curved design to it, and the handle that's delicately carved in this very ceremonial. I wasn't exaggerating. That's about as long as it is. This ceremonial tool, almost, as you were taught about it, along with a variety of other papers and notes and a few diaries from your childhood and a lot of those memories and things that you left behind and potentially could want. But yeah.
Whenever Renaya sees the dagger, it's just eyes locked on it for a moment. And she kind of has to build up the courage to take it. And she very quickly, like, tries to hide it on her person, but also is hiding it from herself. And then she will very, very thoughtfully try to put back everything the way she saw it.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. It was already a chaotic mess. The dust that you moved around is a little bit harder to replicate, but with some creative uses of some cantrips and stuff like that, you managed to get the dust to kind of resettle over this attic space, quote unquote. You then tuck the blade within your clothing somewhere and can proceed to make your way down into the attic.
Okay, and then Renaya will settle nearby Havel, and she'll do her ritual.
Okay, perfect. Just as you are coming, well, first of all, as you're going through your ritual, normally you can, as you connect with yourself and your inner self, you can feel the different presences within you. And usually it's the meditation is this way of bolstering yourself and making, if we were to use a two wolves analogy, you are feeding the good wolf, quote unquote. But going through this ritual, it's the toughest time that you've had in a while. Even though you just recently are coming out of a little bit of a temptation, just being in possession of this weapon makes your enemy so much stronger in its spirit and morale, and it makes your ritual that much harder and that much more painful to go through. But as you come towards the end of it, you begin to notice that Havel has begun to stop moaning and screaming and has more fallen into a more of a deep slumber.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stay settled exactly where I am.
Okay, perfect. You huddle there trying to find rest, which eventually does find you after a good long while of just trying to quiet your mind and find some semblance of peace. But eventually rest does find you. Rest finds you all. As you all begin to take in this much needed sleep, this regenerative period for you guys as you recuperate from the several months of almost nonstop movement and battle and reactions and problem solving. And as you're all sleeping, most of you begin to feel stronger, like your bodies are finally having a moment to recover. But Melora, as you sit under the ashen tree, this ashen oak, this graying oak, with Catherine next to you, trying to find your peace, your place where you can go to find that rest and that recovery. For a moment, you slip into it, and then it feels as if you awaken right away. But now you're in the same spot. You're still under the tree. You still see Cather. Ginger's still on your chest. And you look around and you feel almost a sense of dread. Very quickly you realize that the tent is no longer there. It's just you and Cather under a tree now. And as you sit there, you feel the tree just begin to wither ever so slightly behind your back as Prasius himself steps around, just dragging his hand around the tree before kneeling just ever so slightly in front of you. Hello, Melora.
Hello.
Very curious as to why you're so special. Prasius looks around. This is a quaint place. It's nice. Not the place that an autumn daughter should be. Especially not one with your reputation.
How do you know I'm here?
I have many ways of finding you. Those that seek you tend to hold their grudges for long periods.
What do you want?
What do I want? I want what you had. You and I are not so different. Both servants of a powerful master. Both here to enforce their will. My goal, and he strokes the side of your face, is simply to allow my master to return to where he is. But I can't do that. Not now. I am preparing the way. But you are a different target altogether. One that a different master of mine intends to have returned to her.
I didn't know much about her.
Well, I can't change that, as I do not know what you did or who you are. I just know that I was raised specifically to get you, along with enforcing my will.
Why?
Like I said, your old master holds many grudges, and she does not take kindly to traitors.
What is your connection with her?
As much as I'd love to answer that, I don't think I will. The time is not ready. Besides, I'll be seeing you soon. And he just clips the edge of your chin and stands up. Have a nice night. And then just strokes the tree as he steps around it and disappears behind the tree. And you just feel the life get sucked and drained from this tree as you just feel it wither behind you, almost too afraid to see and watch it die. And then everything fades to black. Before you slowly open your eyes again and you're back under the tent.
I looked to the tree.
The tree is still there, but there are 2 withered marks along the tree. These drags of necrotic energy that have scarred the sides of the tree where Prasius touched it.
Oh no.
At this point, you probably were able to get your 4 hours or so.
Did Cather awake? Was I moving like last time?
You were actually deathly still this time.
Okay. She's going to, without deliberately trying to wake him, just get closer to him.
Oh, it's not hard. The tent isn't big, so you guys are easily able to get a little bit closer.
Cather?
I assume. Do I wake up, DJ? I assume I do.
Easily. You were on guard.
Yeah.
You were ready.
You can see she's like sweating around her forehead and is shaking a little bit as she's looking at you.
What happened? What did you see?
And she's going to point to the tree.
I look at the tree.
You look at the tree, and it stands just as it did beforehand, but now you can see these 2 drags of necrotic energy, these streaks of this death and wither and decay that now scar the tree.
I look back at Malor. Did he hurt you?
But he knows what I am.
Okay. Okay. What did you want? Was it a message? Was it a warning?
I think so. He said that I am a separate target, and yet a target nonetheless, and that it has to do with, I think, the Fae from my other nightmare. He's connected to her in some way, and he knows what I am.
And all right. All right. And is he coming here then?
I don't know. I mean, I think he was here. I mean, it looked the same. It looked. You were sitting there, and you were laying there, and he was right. You touched my face. He was here.
I just hold her close. We'll figure it out. All right.
You're in even more danger now. He knows.
I don't care more. I made a promise to you. I'm going to fulfill that. Even if he brings an army of the Fae with him, I will stand here right next to you.
I cannot ask you to do that.
You aren't. I'm choosing to. All right? We're in this together.
Why are you so willing to help me?
Because I know what it's like to go at it alone. And I know what it's like to do it together. I've seen the difference. I've experienced it personally. I'm not going to let you or anyone else go through that.
I see.
After that, I let go and start pacing back and forth a little bit, like.
Are you all right?
No, I'm not. When I see that guy, I'm gonna lay into him. I swear, Mr. DM, sir. Just because I'm curious. All right, thinking back to Prosius, I have never met the man. I've never interacted with the man. All right, but thinking about him, hard and focused.
Mm-hmm.
What do I get any inclination of perspective?
I need you to reword that sentence in a way that makes sense.
Well, I want to know, how much does fate like him? Can I determine that? It's okay if the answer is no, but I'm just asking.
You might be able to. Go ahead and roll a religion check.
Religion check? Okay. Because you know what? Cather doesn't like the guy, alright? I'm just going to say that now.
Fair. You know what I should do? I should hurt you, bro.
Fate loves him.
That's alright. I rolled low. Religion. Man, it's a 7.
You feel like in order to really get an accurate read,
Yeah, I
you need to see the guy. You need to be there. You know, it's hard to like determine the fate of someone's soul when you can't really like even look at them, you know.
Sure, yeah.
Just so you're not 100% sure. You're not sure if it's like your hatred for him that's clouding your judgment or your lack of ability to do it. You're not really sure which one.
Who knows?
But at the moment, you can't really decide.
Yeah, but I'm just like angrily pacing back and forth at the tent. I never wanted to hurt someone so badly in my life.
Well, he's not here anymore.
But the fact that he was here at all infuriates me.
He didn't hurt me. I'm unsure what agenda I feel for him, but it doesn't sound good at all.
And you're still sure that he wants to kill you?
I don't know. He mentioned something about returning me to his master.
I don't know if I really like the sound of that.
I know I don't.
I'll sit down again. I'd lean against, and just with my back pressed up against the trees. I just stare off into nothingness. Okay. You sure you're all right? It's all right if the answer is no.
Didn't think I am. I didn't know that he knew where I was, that he could follow me. He could hurt the people around me.
Here, come here.
May I come over?
We are all here for you, Malora.
You shouldn't have to be.
You're right. But it's a situation that we have, and we're going to deal with it together, because that's how it's best dealt with. Just like how Edward doesn't have to be alone and survive in the Crimson Wastes by himself, we're not going to let you face this alone either. Right?
Alright. I would much rather... If it meant keeping everyone else safe, I would just...
Don't even think like that. It's not worth it. And it won't come to that.
Alright.
I just, hold her.
After a little while, you can see the ever so hint of dawn beginning to arise over the water, slowly just painting the sky with pastel pinks and yellows and oranges, slowly greeting the world.
Melora has actually been crying a little bit, and she sort of, at the sight of it, kind of wipes her face and is like, you need to, Edward's waiting for you.
Are you gonna be alright?
I'll be fine.
Alright. Come on. Take down the tent. And by tent, I mean I'll grab the tarp and drag it behind me.
And Melora kind of holds Ginger close as they walk.
Yeah. She snuggles into your chest, trying to be as comforting as possible. You both make your way the short distance across town back over to Lada's home, to where Edward has prepared some tea and is getting ready for his conversation with Cather.
Right.
Are you going to be alright?
We'll see. I don't know what to expect from this guy.
Well, I'll be waiting when you're done.
Right.
Important question.
Mm.
Did anybody that's also in the same building do anything before Edward prepared the tea?
All
I
the
woke
up.
elves are awake, so
Renaya's awake.
yeah. Pavel is also beginning to awaken as well.
Oh. Okay. Well, Edward just gets up and sees that Renaya's awake and goes, "Have you been awake all night?" Sorry, what was that?
There we go. Yep.
Morning voice, it's real deep, it's groggy, it's hard to get things
Oh,
out.
you know, man. I got some rest.
Good. For a moment, I thought you were up all night watching Havel, which I wouldn't put past you, but I guess that's good. I'm going to make some tea. I'm meeting with Cather. Do you want any?
Sure.
I don't suppose Havel could muster tea right now, could he?
I'd make some tea for him.
Okay.
How awake is Havel?
You are slowly coming to. I'm trying.
Please say it's
Sorry.
like anesthesia.
No, it's not like anesthesia. You're slowly beginning to come to, and the first thing you realize is just how tired you really are. As you begin to come to that conscious state, you can feel your fingers and your toes and your calf and your thighs and your forearms. You begin to be able to feel like a person again. But that is almost dampened by the overwhelming amount of exhaustion that you have, as you do have 1 point of exhaustion as you awaken.
As you say, you don't think Havel could muster some tea. Havel just kind of rolls over on the kitchen table, facing away from you guys, and this is like, and he mumbles something in undercommon.
Do we notice?
What do you say?
Yes.
Okay. He's awake.
Renaya, you would understand this as quiet down, Half-Blood. He just rolls over and tries to go back to sleep.
Is Cather around to hear that too?
This is probably
at this
before
point you guys
then,
are
right?
beginning to walk kind of close. Roll a perception check if you want to try and hear that.
Sure. Ooh. 18.
You kind of hear the gist of it. You're like, oh, Havel's awake. You don't really know what he said, but you hear that distinct, silky, smooth, deep, rich voice of Havel, and you're like, oh, cool, Havel's awake.
All right, cool.
So you would
Maybe
like some tea then?
Maybe a little quieter.
Me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. So you would like some tea then?
Yeah.
Okay. And he keeps making tea.
You all come to with an opening of tea.
I give Renaya tea. I give Havel tea. I pour myself tea. I pour Cather tea, but he's not here yet, so that's what I do.
Where do you put the teacup?
I put the teacup. First, I offer it to you, as in I hand it out. You take it.
Havel's eyes are closed.
I just set it next
Put it on
to
his
him.
forehead.
No, it's hot.
You
man.
said it next to him?
I just set it next to him, and turn and walk a little bit away.
Havel just. And still in Undercommon, is going to say something along the lines of, what span are we in? Meaning, what time is it? And is going to reach for the cup.
Renaya's gonna kind of guard it to make sure he doesn't knock it over in the process. She'll be like, morning.
Havel, you do realize that I don't know what you're saying, right? How are you feeling? Answer in normal language.
Sip
Normal
tea.
language.
Sip from the tea. He's just gonna look at you, and he's still kind of half groggy, still in undercommon. Go, what?
I don't know what you're saying. It doesn't matter. I'm glad you're alive, buddy. And he hits you on the shoulder. He says, I've matters to attend to. Where is Cather?
At about that moment, walk through
It's
the door.
about that moment. Cather and Melora arrive.
Good.
Havel, nice to see that you're doing all right.
Havel, how are you?
In undercommon. There's a purpose for this. And undercommon, he just kind of stretches, takes a sip from the cup, and is gonna, in response, be like, feels like I got dragged through the 9 hells.
He's doing great.
I respond in undercommon, well, at least it wasn't the abyss.
Does everybody know this language?
No.
I prefer it.
In common, it's not really a language most people choose to know. But
Havel now, like, actually waking up is gonna be like, and common is gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry.
Ah, there he is.
Okay.
I'm glad you joined the party.
Can I get you
Hey.
anything?
No, I'm all right. A bit sore. Was I? I wasn't speaking common earlier, right?
No.
Okay.
Some other
Sorry
weird
about that.
language.
It's undercommon.
undercommon.
That.
You wouldn't know it. How was everyone doing?
I slept great.
Laura
Doing
is looking
okay.
at the floor.
Would it be wrong to attach a fork to a thieves' tool?
I mean, I've used stranger things for a pick.
Noted.
Right. I mean, I don't think it's considered rude if it's strange. I mean, I'd honestly be a little bit impressed if you could manage to fit a fork inside of the
Lock.
dowel.
The
I don't even
boil.
remember what the roll is called. I don't
Tumblers?
It's too
Ears are turning in Renae's head.
He's still waking up.
What if it's one of those tiny forks from like tea sets or something?
Those are adorable.
Very cute.
Well, I knew someone that collected those. Yeah. Oh, speaking of lockpick sets, and Havel's going to sit up a little bit more and then like kind of roll himself off the table. Stand up, down the rest of the tea, which is really hot, but he like at this point he's just like whatever.
Oh, you're supposed to enjoy
down.
it.
I enjoyed it
Ruins
plenty,
the whole
friend.
point.
And he's going to hobble in exhaustion and soreness over to his bag.
As you're walking over, it's almost like walking on two, like when your legs fall asleep. Like
Yeah.
it's walking like that, where your feet are super tingly, but they just doesn't go away, and it's just like this, not painful, but very uncomfortable, and just not a fun.
All
type of way.
of your calluses are gone.
Yeah, that's true. Your skin is also big and
precious-
soft.
It's the freshest layer of skin you've successfully exfoliated.
Havel in Sylvan is going to look over at Melora and just say, like, kind of angrily, just be like, "It feels like I have dandelion feet."
Laura will giggle to herself and she'll sort of respond, "Would you like ginger?"
Like the squirrel or the.
The squirrel.
And, it's all right. She can enjoy her morning. Havel's going to try to find his lockpick set.
As you go through, and the lockpick set is almost exactly where you left it. But as you're folding the bag over, you feel this little tingle on the back of your hand as Sassafras emerges from around the section in the corner of the bag. His little feelers kind of making his way up your baby soft skin with the nerves like on edge. And it's this weird thing of like, you know, like when your arms are asleep or whatever, and then you like drag a hand across, and it's like this trail of like tingling nerve sensations. It's this very weird thing as he begins to slowly make his way up your arms towards the dead flesh that needs to be exfoliated.
Hello, friend. How are you doing, Sassy?
Sassy.
They take care of you well? Yeah. That's right, buddy.
I'm going to like, and just like plop him onto my shoulder.
That's I got.
Great. And I'm going to open up the lockpicks.
They're all there, exactly where you left them.
I'm going to try to find the ones that are scorched.
Yeah, it's not hard. They're the big ones. They're the main home dogs, and they're the ones. Oh, so sad.
Found out that some of them are called rakes. 3 of them are called diamonds. The 3.
He's
common
sure
ones
the
are called
2
diamonds.
like. Oh, these ones are the diamonds. 2 of the main diamonds are Gonzo, bro.
I honestly think I don't. You know, my memory is trash.
Where's Nathan? Nathan can do it.
Nathan, please. I grab them and I hold them out to Renai and I go, "Can you fix it?"
Would it be okay if we took parts of others and fixed it?
You know what? It's okay. You know, I have plenty of other pigs. These it's not important. I can replace them. It's just sentimental value, you know.
I can do it.
No. It's okay. It's okay. So what's been going on since my parting?
Well, is Edward and Cather still there?
Edward this whole time has been inching towards Cather.
Right.
And at this point, he's like kind of leaning towards Cather, wanting to speak. Like waiting for Cather to acknowledge him.
We need to determine our plan. Edward and I are going to have a bit of a talk, apparently. The girls can catch you up on everything that happened.
Wonderful.
I suppose that the gist of yesterday is we discussed what we should do, and we think that with your condition, perhaps we should take a day of rest and try to enjoy ourselves on the beach or something.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm ready. And then Hal like goes to stand up and then like stumbles over.
she'll catch him and she'll say, right,
No,
ready
I'm doing
for
great.
a day on the beach is what you're ready for.
No, I've learned. I think I hate the water.
You didn't have, like, I put his arm around mine and I start going towards the door. You didn't have to go near the water. Just lay down in the sand and let Sassy just have a nice time, all right?
Okay.
And I start leading him towards the beach.
Who follows?
Thank you.
I'll lead Cather behind the house if he lets me.
Okay. Do Renaya and Tarak, do you guys follow Melora?
I look at Renaya.
Renaya's kind of just staring at the floor for a little bit.
Renaya. What you staring at? What?
What?
That morning voice.
Good morning, boys.
There we go.
There you are.
There we go.
Dust bunnies.
What about... Are they like dusts, like the dust version of sand rats? Because I don't see any of them.
No. Do you want to head out with them?
I hate the ocean.
We don't need to go near the ocean. There's plenty of things to do with like
Well, you
sand.
see, you said, do I want to go? But then you said we. So what are you doing?
I am here.
Well, I mean, yeah.
That is about the extent of what I am doing.
Well, do you want to do something, or are you just gonna stay and stare at things that don't exist?
Okay, and she's gonna walk out the door and head to the beach.
As you walk out, Havel is fighting Melora and just being like, wait, I need to grab something.
What?
Let me grab a thing. I need to grab a thing.
No. What do you need? I'll go grab it for you, and you'll.
Melora, by the gods, I do not need you babysitting me right now. I need to stretch out my new legs.
Havel, there is a difference between babysitting and helping a friend, is there not?
And like seeing Renaya interact, Leave is gonna go fine. Rini, can you grab me a notebook and some charcoal?
And she just already has it on her and just brings them over.
Nice.
Alright, now sit. We'll do a lot of sitting today. Alright.
Sure.
There you go.
Alright, Captain.
Thank you very much.
So, with you guys all hanging out just by the cliffside, we'll pop over to Edward. You guys make your way around the back of the house, kind of towards privacy. You can see there's a big grindstone. There's a place for chopping wood, a variety of little tools, and you guys make your way around to where Tarak was the other day when the spirit showed up. And,
But we don't know about that.
Which literally both of us don't know.
Oh, yeah.
About.
You have no clue. You go around and you're like, why is there diamond dust on the stone?
Okay.
That's valuable stuff right there. No, we shouldn't just leave that there.
Yeah, I urgently pull Cather's arm and then like stop, look around a little bit, and then turn around and look at him dead in the eyes, and I say, Cather,
Are you all right?
I'm okay. I'm just freaking out a bit. We need a plan.
Oh, okay.
And I don't mean a task. I mean a plan. If we're going to go after this big government man, then we need steps to get there. The reason why I didn't want to wait for planning time with the group is because it's not really planning time. It's more like, hey, here's a problem, here's a task. Okay, let's go. Like, that's not planning. And you know what? I think that you would be a good person to talk about this with. Because if I'm sticking around, we need to know what we're doing. I'm not chasing after a dragon and then chasing after a golem and then chasing after whatever else, right? I need to know what we're doing. And if I don't think I should stick around. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Do you have any ideas? What are we trying to do? What's the goal?
Well, okay. So this is why as a group we need to talk and discuss that, because here's the thing, Edward, right? When it comes down to it, we have, as a group, technically, you or most of the others are not really obligated to deal with Prosius. Granted, I think as a group we have decided that he is an issue that needs to be dealt with, right?
In one way or another, yes.
Yes. How that is going to be done, I don't know. I do agree with you, though. We can't just go back to Athala and just try and find the guy and kill him.
Absolutely. You read my mind.
The problem is, though, we're not really going to get a good idea of what to do until we get there, probably.
Maybe. Here's what I'm thinking. I gave it some thought. And even if I wanted to do things my way, I don't know how well that would go because, 1, I can't go back to Athala. 2, wherever I go next, I won't know where I am, what I'm doing. I won't know who to talk to or where to go. I would probably just be killed on the spot because I look wealthy or something like that.
Why can't you go back to Athala?
Personal reasons. So, if I can't do that, and I have to go somewhere else, I can't go alone. So, if I like it or not, I'm going to be with you guys, but it would just help so much if I knew if we had a direction to go. I don't like tramping around, killing things. You know, if there's a goal, let's say, all right, if we want Prosius, right? What's the best way to do that? You just said it. Not walk into Athala, trying to kill him. Also not the best way, probably not like hunting down a black dragon. probably won't help with that in my mind. But if we go to a city, maybe get some status or get, with it, as the kids say, with the political leaders or whatever, maybe we could take legitimate steps to taking down this guy. Does that make sense? I just feel like we're just running around like children, not knowing where we're going, and I can't do that. I'll end up dead. Or with a bounty on my head, which I don't want. It's just urgent. I just wanted to express to you my ailment.
Not a bad idea, actually.
Even if it's not that idea. That's just what I was thinking. I didn't... I'm sorry this sounds pushy. I just knew if I talked like this to the group, I wouldn't be accepted well. They'd probably be like, "Oh, shut up, Edward. We have to go do a thing." And I'd be like, "But what if we did this?" You know what I'm saying? And I just... You're just reasonable.
Thank you. The others are reasonable. The problem is, Edward, you're different than the rest of us. You're not like the rest of us. You're not... I don't necessarily think of us as such. You aren't an adventurer at heart, or really at all. And
yeah.
But the rest of us, we're perfectly willing to go out and fight a hag or a dragon, because we know that's, in the end, those are very evil things, and they are creatures who are doing evil things that should be stopped.
That I can agree.
And I understand that you don't feel like you're built for that. And Edward, you like systems, right? You've been taught to create systems, right?
Yes, you could say that. I'm familiar with cause and effect and
right.
Concise steps to be taken to make things happen. So yes, I suppose you could call that systems.
Right. And do you think that's the only way of helping people?
I think it's the best way. I don't think it's the only way. I mean, I could walk into a bar and see a bar fight and try to split it up, but I'll probably get a busted lip and a sore eye. But let's say there's a nearby guard, and I say, "Hey guard, the one who's meant to take care of those issues," and I brought him to the bar, and I showed him that there's a bar brawl going on. He probably won't get very hurt. He's used to that kind of thing, and he has armor, but I'd probably get hurt. So I think there's a level of caution, and I think there are certain ways to go about things to make things better. Right?
Fair. And now, I agree. You aren't a guard. Granted. Don't you think you could maybe learn? Now, I'm not
to be a guard?
Well, not necessarily a guard, but Edward, you have expressed a much more magical capability than I have. And I can't, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed by you.
Really? You impressed by me?
Of course. I mean, sure, sometimes, you think in a very different way, but it's also creative. It's also unique. You seem to just invoke better chances for all of us just by speaking. So, I'd say that's pretty powerful stuff.
That's fair. I have been thinking about honing that craft. I foresee, anyways, if I do want to make things happen, having a little bit more leverage in my abilities wouldn't hurt.
Sure.
I'm looking into it. But that's besides the point. We don't have to figure everything out right away. But you're a little bit better with words with the group than I am. And so what I wanted to do was express to you, hopefully you agree, the importance of having an idea of how we're going to reach the goal. And not just having a goal. If you can say that in a better way that won't make everybody upset, then that would be wonderful.
Sure.
I don't want to go after a dragon if it means we're just going to fight a dragon. And then what?
Well, the dragon thing is more because the dragon is like hunting us currently, and so we want to not be hunted anymore.
Yeah, there's that. But you know what I mean.
When it comes to Athala, it might be best. There's just so many things to do.
What is there to do?
Well,
are you not telling me something? Are there secrets among the group that I haven't heard? Cather?
It's not my thing to say.
That's very ominous.
But there are some things that the others would like to get done that are a little more personal.
That's understandable. I have a personal thing I would like to do.
So, perhaps, here's what I think would be best. And maybe when we can talk to the others, they can have their own ideas and we can figure it out. But it seems that we don't know a whole lot about Prozius, who he is, where he comes from, and the whole political scene as a whole, really. We don't really know what's going on.
Absolutely.
So perhaps, if we could find information, I think that would be key.
Edward is beaming. He holds his hands out in front of him, and he's like, "Yes, Cather," and he grabs Cather's shoulders and say, "Yes, Cather, yes, that is what we need. The first step, finding information about Prozius. See." And then he turns and he starts like kind of pacing a little, and he's like, "This is something we can accomplish. We can go somewhere." He turns away and points at Cather, or turns around and points at Cather. "We can go somewhere, look in books, look at the library, ask people, find out information about Prozius, give us the ideas of the next step." Yes. That's gold, Cather.
Mm-hmm.
So we just need to get to the next place.
Yep.
If we want to do this. If I join you. And he looks a little suspicious. And then he says, "I'm so glad we had this talk. I'm going to try to stay quieter during this next meeting, because I know I have a tendency to rile things up. If you could please help in making this a little more, pointed and structured, that would just ease my mind. I had to get this off my chest before today, because if we're resting at all, I knew I would just be ants in my pants all day. And I didn't want that.
I can understand.
If you would like to, I would like to relax, finally, for a bit. Okay?
Sounds nice, yeah.
Cather, thank you for easing my mind. Yeah, I'm so happy.
You're welcome. So perhaps we should go join the
others on the beach then?
Yes. Sure, the beach. All right.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Hannah?
So, after Melora helped Havel down, she sort of let Ginger out to frolic and run around, and she sort of, we feel a little stronger today, we leveled up, and, she's going to sort of, look at her hands a bit, and then get a thought, and find that she has an ability she didn't have before. And she's going to sort of go over to, a patch of plants and make a pink flower grow. Mm-hmm. With Druidcraft, and she'll pick it. And then she'll go find Renaya.
Renaya is going to be, kind of off in her own little space on the beach, but still nearby. So, and she can also like super perceptive, so she's still like listening to everything, but has herself distanced. And
Melora is going to kind of sheepishly like approach Renaya's little circle and like sit next to her, and then kind of like hold out the flower.
Where'd you find that?
I made it.
What?
And she'll do it again and make another pink flower girl.
She like picks it and she takes both and puts them both behind her ears. So she has 2 flowers just like
They're relatively like big, like bulbous pink flowers. So you literally look like you have almost like pom-poms on the side of your head.
And Melora will kind of like chuckle to herself and then take a breath and say, I wanted to check in with you about yesterday and sort of apologize for the Guardian. I didn't think about the implications or the emotions attached to it. I was just saw Cather in the air and, you know...
Don't worry about it.
Alright. How are you? It's been a while since we talked. Yes. Okay, yes. You're gone again. What's happening?
My box is lit
Okay,
up.
now you're there. Now you're there. I didn't hear you for that last little bit.
Did you... Was there...
My nightmare?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes and no. And she like looks around to see if anyone's sort of paying attention and kind of like gestures for her to get closer and is like, I didn't want to raise alarm or anything, but Procyon knows what I am. And she looks like into Renaya's eyes, but looks kind of scared and is like, he visited me last night, and the tree. Oh my god, the tree! I don't know who to tell it. He touched the tree. He was here, and he said some things. I'm a target. I didn't want to raise alarm or anything, but if he knows what I am, I think that means he knows where we've been and will know where I am as we continue. So I suppose if that puts the entire group in danger, then everyone should be aware of it. But I didn't quite know how to say, hey, there's a crazy guy that can take life force out with his hands that knows where I am, and he may be, trying to find me and trying to... I don't quite know if that's a great conversation starter.
I think you know that we're going to keep you safe.
Right, but that's the problem.
I think you know we are very strong.
Aye. But it's just so hard, because if it were before when this was happening to me, then I wouldn't have anyone that I really care about, that that would be in danger because I'm in danger, and then I could just deal with it myself, and I wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the people around me and about...
You deal with it yourself, and what happens?
At least that would just be one life.
And then what happens after that?
haven't thought that far ahead.
And you don't need to. At least not alone.
It's been so long since I had people to lose.
You can't look at it like that.
It's hard not to. I know that I didn't necessarily have to worry about bad things happening necessarily, because everyone wants to protect each other, but I get into trouble a lot. I seem to attract or just like
Melora. Hey.
I
And Renaya kind of just shakes her head a little bit so the flowers... We don't need to worry about that right now.
right. Do you know how, my father used to tell me about how people at the beach, fortresses, the sand things, do you know how to do that? Do you want, I think there's water involved. Do you want to
Make
hang
like
out?
little buildings?
Yeah, do you want to hang out?
I'd love to hang out.
Okay.
It's nice to know the awkwardness. It's just Melora, It's not just me.
Is Havel close enough where he heard the part where they're not whispering near the end, where like at this point Melora's just trying to...
Renaya's not being quiet. She was like, I'd love to hang out.
Yeah.
Like, and she said sand buildings? I think
Yeah.
said too.
Yeah. Havel just like stops, looks over for a second, and just goes, "Orifices?"
I didn't really know the phrase.
Like-
You just used to describe that you would make little sand fortresses. Fortresses.
Oh,
Right.
fortresses. For a second, I thought you were talking about quicksand, and I was really confused.
No.
Oh, no.
It's supposed to be a very happy.
That's not
kind
around
of-
here.
Not around.
Right. Anyways, have fun.
Tarak has been halfway between them and the highest distance that the water would go, just kind of looking around and like poking at the sand every once in a while. But then you see him run up the beach at all of you at somewhat frightening speeds.
And he just goes, "Guys, I found a stick!"
That's wonderful,
That
Tarak.
is-
Would you care to help me and Renaya make a sand fortress, and maybe your stick could be the flag at the top?
Why?
There are flags. Well, you mentioned fun yesterday. It's supposed to be a fun thing for people to. I've never actually done it, but it's supposed to be fun. Yes, Havel.
You notice he holds up what is now just the little nub of a stick of charcoal. He
I
just
bring
goes,
over another one.
He's like, thank you. I don't... Maybe this can be like a window or something. Here you go.
she'll go over and she'll collect it.
And
Right.
I was
Havel, as
Huh.
as you're going through and thinking through all this and kind of getting ready, your mind begins to drift. Being from Morencia, which is a coastal town, a coastal city, you never participated because Father Grendel was very, very
He wouldn't let me leave.
precise in your studies. But you can remember being in the temple and looking out and gazing upon the beach not so far away and seeing people building these little fake buildings out of wet sand.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're just familiar with it. You've seen it happen before.
Havel kind of looks over. Now's my chance. He's not around. I'm an adult now. No, but I have to finish this. No, but I should really go.
Havel, what are you doing?
What?
Do you want
What are
to
you
help?
doing?
I'm doing important things. You know that book, the book that I lost, that I gave back.
Oh.
I tried memorizing the vast majority of it. I'm writing down what I can remember, but it's a lot, and it's kind of escaping me, and I'm really tired. But I feel like if I go to sleep again, I'm not going to really remember all of it, and it's a lot of diagrams, and he's speaking, and like partially, I'm pretty sure it was in Draconic, and I'm not entirely accustomed to the Draconic language. I don't even understand, why would he put notes in Draconic? It's like, what do you mean?
Well, what if that was his first language?
He's a dragon. What was he gonna do with this? Just keep it to himself? What did he write it in common?
Maybe he didn't know how to write in common. Common's not as easy to write.
He is a dragon. He has his own constellation.
Havel, would you care to take a break and help me make a sand fortress?
Take a
My
break.
dad never really did let me make sand fortresses. Yeah, okay.
Let's get away for the summer.
Meanwhile, Tarak over in the corner, just mourning the fact that he doesn't know how to write
Or
in
he's
common.
still asking why. He's like,
There's a beach, I know.
I've slowly moved a little farther away, and I've begun to draw something in the sand. Like a relatively large, it starts as a relatively large circle, and I just start to draw things as best as I can. Specifically, I would like to have a very crude representation of Athala.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll a either history or performance, whichever one you prefer.
Oh man, I'm so good at all of those. How did you know? Oh, that's nice. 9.
Okay. It's a circle with circles inside of it.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Oh, I didn't want it to be great.
I present Athala.
But he does start to draw little like arrows and stuff, and he gets a real good thinking face on. But you guys can go do your stuff. This is a little bit.
Melora is just trying to figure out, because she's never done it before, so she'll kind of watch Havel.
Havel's like, okay, we need wet sand, and we need. Does anyone have a bucket? Does anyone have a bucket?
Maybe does Lada have a bucket? Renaya, maybe she has.
Really? Does any chance have a bucket? I feel.
I just like scoop with my hands.
That is not a bucket. But I think we can make this work.
Alright.
Catherine and Edward, at this point, you're getting to the point where you're overlooking the cliff down at the 4 hooligans hanging out on the beach. And you can make the assumption that with Renaya and Melora both holding their hands full of sand to Havel, that they could be in some need of some help.
Nice. Very nice.
He goes, Havel, with a air of excitement that you've yet to ever actually see from him, goes, so we don't have a bucket per se, so the sand fortresses might be a little bit difficult.
Wait,
but
what if Melora and I put our hands together?
Oh, right.
That's.
Edward leans
Okay, you know
over
what?
to
You know what?
Cather.
Let's try. I'm gonna try to like mound a bunch of
I
wet
imagine
sand.
So-
Ginger is trying to help and then
Ginger's
burrows into the
you
sand.
got little paw prints. Normally, with your lack of tools, I would say that you have disadvantage. But Melora and Renaya are giving you advantage. So I'd say it's a flat performance roll.
Yeah, DJ, we're all
I'm good at
tools
these.
here.
I'm good at these.
It's true.
I'm pretty okay.
While that's going on, Catherine and Edward.
Edward
you
leans
gonna
over
do?
to Cather and says, that looks like a lot of effort for a mound of sand.
Well, I think the idea is that they make it into something.
Into a mound of sand, maybe?
Well,
Here, let's get down there. And he
yeah.
starts walking towards the beach.
Yeah, and as after we get to the bottom and get to where the actual sand is, I assume of my armor, I'm wearing my boots because those are the only shoes I have.
Oh, yes.
So I take off my boots. I kind of leave them by the rickety staircase, and then I just charge towards the ocean. And like I'll make
armor or
well, I'm not wearing the rest of my armor.
Okay, cool.
I assume this whole time after we got back from the island, I've just been wearing my normal clothing.
Okay,
Kraken hanging loose.
Once Cather does that, he hears. I'm assuming he's doing some kind of Irish yell or something.
I am hollering.
The traditional battle charge of the Moon Elves.
And Edward just like looks behind him at Edward as he's taking off his own boots, Edward looks behind him at Cather as Edward is taking off his boots, and he just says, "So uncivilized," and he keeps taking off his boots and his vest.
You then turn to see Havel, and Havel, what did you get?
I rolled a 14.
Oh yeah. It's not like the smoothest thing, but it stays. It's upright. It's structurally integral. It works.
Great.
You guys begin to like kind of realize the right consistency of like sand to water and like how you gotta form it and like kind of set or like smooth it out and stuff like that. But you guys are figuring it out. You got one tower.
At about that time,
while I'm patting the tower, I turn around. Do I see Cather?
Yeah, Cather barrels past you, almost bumping you into your tower.
Well, I was going to say, I'll do what I can to make a somewhat wide berth as I'm hollering, and then I just jump and do like a huge cannonball into the ocean.
As he does, I go, Cather, if you can find a seashell, bring it back.
Or 2 or 3.
Edward.
You jump into the water, and you're from the coast. Moonkari is up north. You're used to freezing cold water being the coastal water. So this water is actually fairly nice as it's pretty down south. And even though it's cold, as you're just coming off of winter, it's relatively warm compared to what you're used to when you would have beach days.
Nice.
And let me just tell you, Moon Elves, sandcastle champions, bro. Like, they spend a lot of time on the beach. You know what's up. So yeah, you get up in, you know what's going on. You're hanging out.
Yeah, after I I'll just float to the surface of the water and just like lay on my back. I just lay there for a little while.
Edward pulls him out to sea. He's lost forever.
Edward, takes off his boots and his under boots that are called socks, and he takes off.
Sorry.
And he takes off his family vest and folds it nicely. This is all going on next to the steps, out of the sand. And
he takes out his insoles.
He has his more billowy white shirt with it has a place to tie 2 strings for the collar, and so he unties it so it's low cut and it's flying open in the wind.
Oh. You can see just the little hit. There's one little curly chest hair, a single long 2-inch chest hair.
Ew, that's not canonical, but it's
hidden for us.
Okay, and then he just has billowy white sleeves. It's not that dramatic. He literally just takes off his vest and unties his thing.
And then blows his hair just
and
slowly
then he goes
behind him.
Okay, and then he goes into his bag and gets his blanket, and he walks out halfway to the water. The group is let's say 50, no less, 30 feet away, closer to the water. And he just takes his blanket and lays it out, and then just sits on it with his feet are in front of him, right, facing the water, and then his knees are up and his legs are together, and then he just leans back like that. And that's what he does.
Edward is the character during a beach episode that has the glasses and an umbrella.
And it's just
that was the goal. Just sitting there while one of us runs by and gets hit in the face by a volleyball. He's just
Havel, that was literally the goal. That's what I wanted. That's what I am doing.
Very nice.
So I'm going to make a moat.
Okay. Easy enough.
All right.
Make a moat. Just dig a little moat. Take some water, put a little bit of water on it.
Renaya has gotten distracted, is now making a sand snowman.
Melora sort of like realizes that with her hair situation, she's getting sand in it, so she kind of goes to the ocean and like washes it off a bit, and then does 2 braids to kind of keep the hair out of her face.
Oh, perfect.
And then as she does, she'll sort of look to Renaya. Renaya, what does your hair look like right now?
It's a mess.
And she'll finish, and then she'll say, Renaya.
And she's like jabbing a stick into the face as a nose.
Do you want me to braid your hair? Can I braid your hair?
Yeah. And
Alright.
she's gonna like try to like run her fingers through it to try to like
Here.
smooth it out a bit.
Come to the water a little bit. And she'll dip her hands and she'll say, okay, what do you like? I mean, I can do this. I can do what I usually do. I do a couple to the back. One
I don't know. I usually just tie it behind me.
All right. I will do 2, and I'll have her match me.
Perfect.
About this time, I will return from the sea with seashells in hand.
And he's jacked.
Shredded.
I don't know if you noticed,
Like
but I
it's-
literally, it was like
Absolutely
I emerged
shredded.
from the sea and I
The
was
water
like,
drips
and
off
then
his
I
pectorals.
didn't say anything.
Hey,
Like-
just say,
like-
just say it. Cather's still wearing a shirt. Just
Oh,
putting
yeah.
it out
But
there.
it's
No, no,
white,
what
right?
You
t-shirt
think that
competition
would
is still
help with that level of muscle?
You can see his abs as the shirt sticks to
They're
his
stuck.
torso.
You can see his 8-pack coming through.
He seems just oddly stronger than you last recall.
Exactly. You can. His scar is so pronounced. The long scar that goes across his chest and up his neck.
It's like the opening scene to
just like-
Baywatch. Just-
Exactly. Strolling out of the ocean, water flowing off of him. He wasn't even holding something, but if he was holding a buoy, he just finish
yeah.
off the look.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Goodness. Great
seashells
time.
in hand.
I was waiting for this. And I will.
He watches the ocean almost like laps for him, trying to pull him back in. It's great.
This is about the time that Melora is finishing Renaya's hair.
Yeah.
And she flips her hair up and the water sprays and she looks dramatically.
Renaya
over to
still
the
has
side.
the 2 really big flowers just on the side of her face.
Oh, that's a good point. What flowers are growing from my hair this morning, DM?
You have little what were
Yep.
they called? Poppies? No, not
Yep.
poppies. They were the small
white
one.
ones?
The
Baby
Confederate.
spread?
No,
yeah.
the Confederate.
The jasmine.
Yeah, I think it's
You know,
Confederate
the
jasmine.
ones.
You have. Yeah,
They,
they're like
I
little,
don't know why
like
they're called
5.
this, but they're like little jasmine flowers that look like starfish almost.
Exactly, it's like little
That's
like
adorable.
5-leaf white flowers, just kind of popping out of her hair.
Cute.
I wish I
Very
could draw.
cute.
But I will go and with my. See, okay, so Havel asked for a shell, right? And then both the
Lots
girls
of
asked,
shells.
both the girls asked for a shell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll walk over to them first because I assume they're closer.
Mhm.
And
They're
I
all
will,
right next to each other.
oh, are they? Okay, well I'll still go to the
Yes,
girls
they're
first.
building a sandcastle together.
Havel's just like next to the sandcastle while they're like
Melora
playing.
and Renaya are probably closer because Melora took Renaya close to the water to like dip her fingers so she could do her
Fair,
hair easier.
fair.
So
Yeah.
So
Meanwhile, in the background, Havel has seated himself so that way his like the castle's in between his legs. He's just like patting it up, and then it'll like sink down a little bit, and he'll pat it up again.
Havel, go ahead and make a intelligence check for me.
I'm good at those
His
sometimes.
strongest stat.
Hey man, I've
He's smart, just not
You're
wise.
smart. You're just not wise.
Oh, that's so cocked. Okay, hold on. That
Go
is
for it.
that,
Roll it
that was
again.
the saddest. That was the saddest cock. Oh my god. Oh my god. It was a 2 and a 20.
that was
Yes,
the
you heard me.
saddest.
It was a 2 and a 20, guys.
200.
I know what I said. Wow, that's depressing. It's still like a 15, but that's just sad.
Oh yeah.
Someone
you go
click
through
that.
and you go through, and this sandcastle between your legs
Oh yeah.
is almost an exact copy. I hate you.
Like I said, it's the saddest.
The second.
Oh my god.
I need an adult.
I missed something apparently. I was.
Anyways, continue. Continue,
Drew,
please.
it's fine. It's
Drew,
called
it's
comedy.
Wow.
So
All
moving
right.
on, this
All right.
this castle between your legs is almost an exact copy of some of the traditional Bernstein architecture. This almost like sandstone-esque with tall, kind of thin, wide windows that come up with. You even have managed to find like a little piece of seaweed. They managed to like string between some of like the towers and stuff like that, and it has just enough little like frolic on it to have not frolic, but little pieces coming off of it that almost looks like flags hanging on a string between the towers of this castle. It's rad.
Very,
It's awesome.
Is it very Morencia?
Yes, 100%.
Is it like
It's
like a tenth of the way from giving me strange PTSD, but not?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like
You're almost like, wow, this looks a little
like-
too much like the temple.
I'm like sitting there. I'm like, man, that has some bad memories tied to it, but it looks really good. Cool. I was just like staring at it, very proud.
So I'm going to present the shells to the ladies first. As they're braiding each other's hair, I will get down on my knees and I will say, my ladies, and I bow forward, holding one in each hand.
Tips fedora.
Thank you. And Melora will take it and smile.
And
Thank you very much. It's a trilby.
and then I will get up and I'll walk over to Havel, and I will give a deep bow and present it in front of him, my sir.
Thank you, my good man. And I take it, and it's the bridge for the drawbridge.
Nice.
Yay!
Cather?
That's a nice one there. You got there.
Thank you. I couldn't have really gotten the shape right if it weren't for the girls, but I think the detail's coming along.
At this point, you can see that he has like 4 sticks off to the side, each one that he's like broken into like very specific shapes that he uses to like carve little details into the sand.
That's very nice.
Yeah, it's strange. I've lived by the coast my entire life, and I've never done this until now.
Yeah, it was a big thing for my home. We kind of had like a contest every now and again. I was
Really?
usually dragged over a part of it. It was all right.
Well, I mean, through daylight, I couldn't leave temple walls, no less the steps. But I mean, I've obviously been to the beach. By the time I managed to go around, get around in that locale, it's not really something that I did. At that point, I thought it was like something that kids would do.
Oh.
And I just.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Back
As
home.
soon as you mention what kids would do, you hear a laugh and you see Renaya flop backwards and start doing like a sand angel.
And at first,
you mean a
Melora-
starfish?
Oh. At first, Melora puts her hands up because she flopped into the sand, and she's like, "Oh, Renaya, that's rather good actually. It looks alright."
At this point, Ginger hops off your shoulder, and over by Renaya's head also begins making this a six-legged
Yeah.
starfish with her tail as well.
Melora is kind of like, "Oh, you're so cute. You're gonna need a bath."
Oh my goodness.
Havel's gonna get up and leave the tower, and he's going to look at it, turn around, salute it, and go, "Stand tall, friend." And then is going to run back up the stairs.
I hate
he's going
you.
to find. He's going.
I see what you did there. I know what you just did.
He's gonna find a bucket.
Okay.
I need to find a bucket. Do I find a bucket?
You find a bucket easily. At this point,
I find a
Lana is
bucket.
awake.
Yeah.
And
Do I find multiple buckets?
you barge into the house. You're
Yeah.
on a mission. At which point Lana like looks up at you, just the most like I don't care.
I'd like to point out, Havel at this point is probably shirtless and like wearing the medieval equivalent of like shorts.
Yeah. You've like rolled up your trousers, like patched like holding. I see you're enjoying your new body.
It still feels like I'm walking on pins and needles, but you know, whatever. Do you have any buckets?
Yeah, I think around back. Yeah, and she steps out, pulls her little like nightgown a little tighter as the breeze kind of comes up over the cliffside, and then just kind of like points with her foot over to a stack of like 4 buckets. There, you can take those ones.
I grab them and I like go to leave, and then I turn around and go, thank you. By the way, really quickly, you're a cleric of the Arcana Domain, correct?
Yes.
Do you by any chance know the spell Identify?
I don't know Identify specifically, but I'm rather good at identifying things.
It's okay. It's fine. It's just whatever. I just, you know.
Are you sure? I'd be happy to look at something for you.
I mean, you can, but I don't know if it'll do much. I think we're all a little bit stumped. Later. Right now we're relaxing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you letting us stay in your house.
Of course. Is Renaya having fun?
Havel's gonna like peek around and off a cliff.
Like Renaya's
Renaya's stopped and is just like, it's like feeling the after effects of basically like just flopping back onto ground and like
Havel's gonna turn back and be like, and his excitement almost kind of tapers for a second, and he just goes, Yeah, I think she is
good.
And
she doesn't have enough fun.
Yeah, admittedly, I think this is the first time that she's legitimately laughed since we've known her. So
okay,
it's good.
I think you guys are good for her. So I'll let you have your fun. And then she.
I sure hope so. Enjoy the peace and quiet. Havel's going to book it
back down the stairs, almost like tripping because they're like old warped rickety stairs, but you manage to keep your composure and come back with like 4 relatively large sized buckets, probably like 5-gallon buckets.
I put 2 buckets down next to the erected tower that I have.
That's the one.
And then I grab the other 2 buckets and I go, gather.
Yes. I say as I've been awkwardly standing there.
I just go, and I hand him a bucket, and I just like gesture towards the water and gesture towards the girls and gesture towards the water and gesture towards the girls. I'm just like,
I'm just
casually walk our way over to the water.
Go ahead and roll some stealth checks.
Yeah.
No, actually, not stealth, because this isn't stealth. You guys are trying to be nonchalant, so roll performance checks.
Okay, that's fine.
Boy, let's go.
Are you kidding me?
21.
Oh, yeah.
21.
23.
Very nice. I believe that's more than both of you guys' passive perception.
Yeah,
right?
my passive is 18.
My passive is 20.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Hey, just say, DJ, performance is better for me.
Drac and Edward, you guys sit there and just watch, like, you. It kind of goes a little quiet as you watch as Havel whispers to Cather, kind of like gestures towards the girls. And Tarak, you sit there and you ponder Athala, and then you look up and you just see them just casually strolling towards the ocean and fill their buckets that they now suddenly have, apparently. And just casually stroll before... How do you guys want to do this?
That's like.
Well, what are you guys doing currently? Are you guys currently laying on the ground?
I think
I imagine Melora at this point is like helping Renaya up.
Yeah.
Wide berth, just come up behind them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna look over at Catherine and be like, 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
So, her initial reaction is
To kill anyone within a 30-foot radius.
Stab him again!
This is what I imagine. I imagine she would like at first like her instinct will be like anger, and then she'll like see, and then she'll be like,
Renaya is gonna pause for a moment, look over. Who's close? Are they close to her? They're close to her now.
Oh, they're both they're right behind
She's
you. They
gonna
lifted
shake
a
her
5-gallon
braids
box.
like a wet dog.
Melora's gonna try to grab the bucket out of Catherine's hand while Renaya's shaking her hair.
Havel's just gonna be like, talk about a sea dog. Wow.
You did not. Are we? We're close. I'm trying to
grab
try
the
to
bucket.
shove Havel into the. Not
okay.
far in.
If you guys
because I
are
kinda can't
resisting,
swim.
go ahead and roll contestant athletics. Otherwise, girls, just roll athletics checks.
Ooh. Alright. Alright.
We'll
Someone
start
doesn't
with
get
Catherine
suplexed
Melora.
into the ocean, I'm gonna be.
I
what you got?
rolled a 13.
I rolled
Yep.
a 22.
Yep.
Yeah, you rip the bucket from his hand. It's not hard.
I book it.
Like,
Um,
I
Catherine-
run towards the water.
I run it laterally down the beach.
okay,
And I
perfect.
grab water and I run after him.
Hannah, isn't your speed 35?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
He's
cool.
faster. She's faster than you, Drew.
Yep.
So,
That's
Havel,
all right.
what was your athletics check?
10.
What'd you get,
Dirty
Renata?
20.
Oh yeah, 100%. Renata turns to you, and for just a moment, you swear that her eyes almost flash with this fiendish glow. For just a moment, as she, with this unknown strength, you know that she's strong, but
Yeah.
you almost get whiplash in your fresh, brand new body as she shoves your shoulders and your head like whips forward, and for a moment, slow motion as you fly 5, 10, 15 feet back. Just in this moment of sheer just athleticism, as she shoves you
In the
back.
brief moment as she shoves back,
Oh
you
my
just hear
goodness.
one thing escape Havel's mouth, and it's just, oh dear malice.
As you go flying, Catherine, you're running, and you turn to see where Melora is, and the first thing you see is purple and black and cloaks as Havel rams into you, landing on you, as you both collapse into this pile from Havel being shoved onto you. At which point, this is when Melora catches up and just dumps the water on both of you guys.
Oh my goodness.
Edward's trying to be the cool kid that doesn't care, but he can't help but grin. And so you just see him like every now and then like roll his eyes, but like hide a smile, and that's pretty much what he's doing.
Melora laughs and then goes to help Catherine up.
Havel has his horns embedded in the sand. Okay, okay. That was very impressive. I can't get out though.
After Melora helps me stand up, I'm gonna grab the bucket and like do like a little head nod towards Edward.
Oh gosh.
Melora nods and they start heading towards the water.
I will point out, you guys have 4 buckets.
Oh, I grab another bucket.
Melora, yeah, I have the
Havel-
one that I have.
Havel's still stuck in the sand and is at this point
Okay,
noticing
Renaya's
you guys
helping.
leave, just
Renaya's
going,
helping.
Renee.
As you're stuck in the sand, you feel sassafras like come up your neck, and then around your face, and just like suckling on your face, like right here as you're like upside down.
Okay, thank you, friend. Hello. Renaya, do you help Havel, I
Yeah.
assume?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
After a little bit, she manages to pull you out. At which point you can see Catherine and Melora both having 2 buckets full of water. Edward, you can see them coming. You've been watching them this whole time.
Oh, I'm not being stealthy. I'm
Oh.
charging at that guy.
He holds his finger up. He's still sitting down. And he's like, hey now, don't do it. And he starts standing up, and he backs away. He's like, I'm serious, guys.
I'm
Don't
going
How
after
far away is Edward?
Do
Edward's
what,
20 feet
Edward?
away.
20
He's
feet
not that
away?
far. Yeah.
Mage hand a stick behind him.
Okay. Perfect. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check against a Dexterity check.
What are you up to?
He's trying to
He's
trip
trying to
you.
trip you.
Hmm.
Do I get advantage because he's distracted?
Sure.
Well, I don't think you'll need advantage. That's a 4 on my.
That's a natural 20.
Nice.
Oh my
Ooh,
god.
that's what
I'm so sad.
Havel, you've been practicing. This wasn't a
Oh, yeah.
feature
Oh,
that
yeah.
you had beforehand, but you're realizing just how useful of a tool this little hand is, and it's getting stronger. Your connection to this is doing really well, and you managed to actually grab a pretty good stick. You know, something about 3 3.5 inches in diameter, and you manage to just lift it up ever so slightly on one end that it causes Edward to trip backwards, just as Melora and Catherine go charging up to him and just dump buckets of water on him.
Edward, as that happens, obviously is like, like breathing heavy and all that
Edward,
stuff.
this is freezing cold water to you. You were enjoying like the nice, like sunbathing, and this is a sudden change in temperature as this freezing cold water barrels down onto you.
He stands up quickly and he says, "I'm a mess," and he turns around and he says, "No, you didn't." He casts invisibility.
Okay.
Edward, we're all
Howell
a
just goes-
mess.
You can see like
The
where his
wet
feet are.
footprints.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try with Edward to sneak around, and then like push Havel. That's my goal.
Okay.
Havel really quickly before you go invisible just goes, "Look out, Edward! It's high tide."
Go ahead and roll a stealth check with advantage. Havel, roll a perception check.
And after,
I am great at these.
After Melora and Catherine are able to dunk Edward, Melora like puts up a hand to Catherine to like high five.
I'll give her a high five.
Yeah.
How close are we to the water?
Yeah, 10 feet.
10 feet. All right. If it's possible, DM.
You first, my liege.
Go for it. We'll do Edward and Havel first.
Sure.
What'd you get,
Okay,
Edward?
sounds good. Yeah, I rolled a 21 on my stealth.
Okay.
No.
12. I literally have a -1. I could not beat that.
With sassafras like on your face, and you just kind of getting pulled out, and then you manage to like just pull up the stick, but you aren't quite able to track where he disappeared to. And then from
Sassafras
behind,
is on my forehead, just like.
yeah, exactly, just like half like covering one of your eyes, and like making his way
Gross.
across your face. But just as you're like kind of getting to and like managing to like get sassafras like down away, you get shoved from behind and go planted face first into the sand. Again, getting your horn stuck.
And then
I pat to make sure Sassafras is okay. I'm like, Sassafras.
and then I undo
From
invisibility.
one tentacle, he's like hanging from your face.
Oh, I drop invisibility, and I'm basically like, I'm like celebrating.
Yeah,
Like,
okay,
okay,
so-
I'm like, oh, I got you. Good, man. You didn't even see it coming.
As you're gloating over him, from behind you, Renai comes up and just shoves you. So you land right next to Havel, face first into the sand.
At that, Edward stands up, breathing heavy, and says, "Okay, I'm done. That's enough. I didn't
That's
even
enough
want
fun
to get
for today.
wet
I filled
today.
my quota.
It's
Havel
gonna
with
take
his
forever to
horns
dry off."
in the sand.
Oh, right.
Sticks out his hand and just goes, "Truce, Edward."
Yes, please. And he takes his hand.
DM, can it be at about this time, as they're saying their truce? I would like to pick up Melora and take us both towards the water.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, go ahead and roll contesting athletics.
Wow, my dice
I believe
really want
you
to
could
do
also
that.
roll acrobatics if it's a contested grapple.
Well,
That's true.
my dice really want him to do that either way.
I rolled an 18.
That's a 6.
Yeah. So,
Tried.
Edward and Havel, you guys like shake on your truce and just start to get up, and you watch as Cather flawlessly, effortlessly, just throws Melora over his shoulder and just goes barreling into the water, charging like 10 feet into it before jumping and almost like suplexing her into
I was
the
gonna,
water.
I was gonna
my
say, if
word.
it's possible, as I jump, I'll pull Melora around, and actually I'll go in my shoulder first.
Perfect.
How
Yeah,
gentlemanly.
She'll come up and she'll like push Cather playfully, like never do that again.
Oh wow!
You should have
Tarak
seen
stared
your
at her
face.
circles in the dirt.
Havel's going to turn
Tarak
around
is
to.
like, looking at us all, like,
Havel is gonna turn around to Renaya really quickly and just like with a look of surprise, just like walk up to her and like squeeze her bicep and just be like, "Jeez, you're wow, that was impressive." I mean, I've seen spells do less than that. Like that's insane.
I've had practice. And she's gonna kind of like look at Edward. Anyway, and she's gonna go over and be around Tarak.
Edward looks at Havel real quick before they do that, and he says, "Now listen, I'm going to have a book, so please keep the others from dumping water on me because this book is important to me, and I would like to dry off."
Very well.
I'm trusting you with this, Havel. That's
me.
hard for me.
I'm aware. That's why
Remember
I'm
my
surprised.
mother. Remember
What's
that?
a mother? I know. Yes. Right. Oh,
You
that
remember
about your
your
mother.
mother.
Okay. Right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
She was a lovely woman.
She was a very
enjoyed her
lovely woman.
company.
Yes.
Get out of here, DJ.
She has very good taste in wine.
You drink some. Who cares? I'm going to sit with my book in the sun, drying off. Don't dump any water on me. I trust you.
Havel's gonna go up to the coast really quickly and like kind of yell out to Melora and Cather and just be like, excuse me, Edward has told me that we should be very careful about dumping water on him as he is currently writing a book. So
Reading
a book. He's doing something with a book.
Melora splashes Cather again. Noted.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
And Edward will actually get the spell casting book that we got way back from the necromancer in the sewers or catacombs under the city of Athala, and he's going to start looking at the beginning of the book, the earlier spells in the book, and just study them, and that's it. So that's what he's doing.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna go up to Lana while this is going on, by the way. And no, you can do that, Tarek, whatever you're doing. But I'm.
Oh, great. So while everyone else is in like beach day garb, Tarek is still in full chainmail. And he is very intently studying this. You could probably assume it's a map of Athala. He has also taken one of his 2 sheets of paper that was given to him by Edward and is writing things in Orcish down. And when he sees Renaya, he says,
Renaya.
Yeah.
If you were to point out key points in the city, what would they be?
Why? Like here?
No. Like in Athala. You lived there, right?
For a little while.
Well, it's longer than I did. I was just on the lower levels anyway.
I don't really know. I kind of kept to myself a bit.
You didn't
What?
spend a lot of time in the sewers, did you?
The suit? No.
Not unfortunate.
Thank
you.
What are you looking for?
Oh,
What are you?
key weaknesses, entrances, exits, structural instabilities, hiding locations. Yeah.
Are you enjoying yourself, Tarak?
Well, I'm having a great time.
Good. And Renaya will stay near Tarak, but she'll start doodling in the sand.
At about that time, I will make my way out of the water, and just sit down near Tarak and Renaya.
It's rippling muscles. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Melora will actually go first, but try to push him so that she gets there first. And then when she gets out, she'll fix her hair and then call over Ginger and sit down as well.
Ginger comes scurrying over and sits next to you instead of getting on you because she doesn't want to get wet. What's up, Havel?
Havel's going to the house to talk to Lara really quickly.
Yeah, at this point, this is like the third time you've gone up these stairs, and it's 80 feet of rickety stairs.
Oh, yeah.
And you just ran around a little bit. By the time you get to the top of the stairs, you're kind of feeling it, this new kind of tingly legs. There's a lot of breath, you know?
Yep. Definitely not as fit as I was. Then I'm gonna breathing a little heavy. Gonna make my way to the house, and then right before I get in, I'm going to compose myself and walk in.
Okay.
And close the door behind me. Is Lada sitting at the kitchen table?
You don't see her at the moment.
Lada, are you here?
Oh, yes. 1 second. And she then comes out of what you would know to be her room. Hi, Havel.
Hi. I don't mean to bother you.
Oh, you're fine.
You are well traveled.
Yes,
Have you ever been to Merencia?
I have.
Have you been there recently?
Not in, I don't know, probably 10 or 20 years.
Havel is going to take out a piece of paper. And he's going to draw something, and before he shows Lara, he's going to look up at her and go, I just have questions.
Okay.
And he's going to show her the drawing, and it's going to be the symbol. And he's going to say, do you recognize this at all?
I do.
Okay. How do I put this? They have something of mine.
That is an unfortunate situation to be in.
Very. It's not only that, but they also... They have someone that I care about. And I just need to know that this place isn't running with them.
So, what are you asking me specifically?
I guess what I'm asking is this place clear? No one here aside from you and perhaps maybe Melvin, the dwarf? I don't remember his name. Marv.
There's no one here in the city of Katin who works with that organization.
Good. Have you, do you know many drow?
I've met a few here and there. Drow tend to stick to themselves for good reason, especially in elven countries.
Do you know there's a drow specifically in Merencia that I'm hoping is no longer in Merencia? If the gods are kind, she's traveling currently. At least maybe, I hope. Not hard to miss. Stark white hair, silver eyes, missing her right arm.
Do you have something of hers?
She might say so. I don't believe I do. She also doesn't necessarily. We didn't leave off in the best of terms.
I see.
We definitely did not leave off in the best of terms.
Well, let me think. I have this thing. It's kind of a old device that I collected that tracks names, basically. Here, give me a second. And she goes over, moves a barrel, and begins to do what you think is like climbing up the wall, and then disappears for just a moment. And you can hear shifting and moving around. But she, after a few minutes, comes back, coming down with this little device. It's only about 6 inches wide or so. It's this little brass box with a circle, this brass circle, vertically mounted on it. This is an instrument that can be used to kind of track people with specific names. It doesn't work perfectly by any means. It's kind of it's definitely old. It's definitely a relic. But I might be able to find someone potentially with this name. Do you remember her name?
Yes. No, that's entirely betting on the idea that she didn't lie to me all these years and actually gave me her real name.
Yeah.
She was mute for a good amount of time.
Interesting.
I'd say Namira Oradala.
All right. She then pulls out this small, very small little chunk of this kind of dark gray stone before going over and grabbing like a kind of like a mallet, something you use to like smash crabs or crustaceans, something like that. And she sets down the device on the table, and then she grabs a little board and puts the rock down on it. You're quick with your hands, right?
Very.
Okay, so there's a little slot here, right? I'm going to smash this, and I need you to put the crystal that comes out of it, or the whole thing, it doesn't really matter, in that little slot as soon as it breaks apart. This is basically raw Ardronite, so we don't really want to be exposed to it. All right, you ready?
Wait, Havel's going to hear that and go, wait a second.
And then she smashes it. You manage to grab it and shove it all the little dust pieces into,
this is Ardronite. We really want to be careful with this. Right. Wait.
At which point you then shut the little gate, and it's just one little lever to lock it in place. But as soon as you do, there's this little purple ring that glows on the inside of that circlet. Okay. Repeat the name.
Namira. Her last name. The problem is her last name changes. I don't know what her last name is. Namira is the most concrete one.
Okay. So
she's gone by Namira. She's gone by Namira Ravan. Namira.
Okay. This is fine.
Get her here. Like, it's just, I don't.
Stand in front of this and picture her in your mind, and then say Namira, and picture the most vivid memory you have of her.
Okay. Havel's going to approach it. He's going to close his eyes, and he's going to picture the last day he saw her.
Okay.
and for DM, this is mainly so that way you can, try to help gauge it. He's going to, for the first time, willingly remember every single painstaking detail of that day.
Okay.
I'm going to say Namira.
As you do, the circlet almost glitches, and this almost static-esque picture of Namira appears. And it's hard to see anything but her face. You can't really see her surroundings or anything around her, but you can see her face as she sits there, head down. Every once in a while, eyes glancing around. And Lada comes in.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Continue.
Is
she like, does she look beat, battered? Does she look fine? Does she look better than she was? Worse than she was?
She looks about the same. Just a few years older, but really in really pretty good physical condition. You can see that she has one little bruise on her jawbone on what would be her left side.
Sounds about right.
But yeah, she looks relatively okay at the moment. Lada comes up next to you and kind of looks over. Okay.
That's definitely her.
Perfect. All right, give me one more second. And she goes back up. And after a little while, she comes back down holding a ball that's covered in this cloth. At which point she sets it down on the table inside a bowl because she doesn't have a pedestal for it. So she sets it down in a bowl so that it doesn't roll around and then pulls the cloth off. And you can see it's this very simple, only about, let's see, what would this be? 7-8 inches in diameter. Little crystal ball. Okay. So let me just do a little thinking here.
Havel isn't even paying attention to the crystal ball. He's staring at the visage of Namira.
Okay. So perfect. All right. So all right, give me 1 second, as I don't have a character sheet for her.
I'm in no hurry. This is her right now.
Yes.
What happened?
Okay. She begins repeating these words in Elven, and you watch as her eyes glaze over for just a second, and this not crown, but this circlet forms above her head as she kind of just holds the sides of this crystal ball. Okay. So okay. And for the next 10 minutes, she sits there silently with her eyes glazed over. But after a moment, she comes to. She seems to be doing fine physically. Spiritually, perhaps not quite as much. She's imprisoned at the moment.
Okay, well, as terrible as it sounds, that actually kind of makes sense. I was hoping that maybe Maybe circumstances were different.
It seems to be a relatively nice prison. She doesn't seem to be being tortured or anything.
Oh, trust me. Torturing the mirror doesn't necessarily work out. And nice is an understatement. I'm sure you just got a peek of one of Marencia's finest cells. I owe you.
No, you don't. It's my pleasure. It keeps me entertained.
It hurts me knowing that she's stuck there, but I mean... What has Renaya told you about me?
Nothing. She hasn't really told me a lot about any of you, aside from general details about what you guys have done. But Renaya is respectful of people's privacies.
And you let us into her home.
Well, yes. As... How do I say this without being cocky? I'm not really concerned about any one of you being able to hurt me. And as long as you don't hurt Renaya, then we're fine.
I'll do my best.
I appreciate that.
That is a genuine promise.
I'll hold you to that then.
I've said this to Tarak before. And I just like to keep those that require something of me to keep note of it. Lada, I'm not necessarily what you would call a good person. Or by any means anything but a criminal at the end of the day. At least many people would consider me a criminal. I have sticky fingers. I want you to know, though, that I do nothing but respect your home, and I'm doing nothing but my best to try to keep those wonderful people out there alive.
She is gonna roll an insight check on you.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
What she's trying to suss out.
Yeah, she's just seeing how much she believes you, and how far you're willing to go.
Okay, what'd she roll?
She got right. Which one? Insight's wisdom, right?
Because
so she got a 30.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
she knows what's up. Okay, cool.
Yeah, like
you don't have to say anything. No, I know. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. Like just I don't know what, like I don't know what you want from me at that point.
Nope, you're good. You're good. She for a moment, you almost avert your gaze as she sits there in this moment of painstaking silence, as she almost stares into your soul before smirking. You claim not to be a good person because of deeds that you think that you deserve to be punished for. But I think deep down, you're better than you think.
I'm the reason she's in there.
Yes. And I'm the reason that there are a couple of my friends are in the ground. I wouldn't necessarily say that makes me a bad person.
Well, I guess we're all just a bunch of ass. Sorry. I guess we We make mistakes.
Yes.
And I feel like that's a path that we just have to accept.
For one so young, you are very wise.
Oh, not in the traditional sense. I've seen a few things. I'm, believe it or not, apart from my dashing looks, I'm actually a ripe 46 years old.
You're a baby.
Yes, in comparison to you elves, I am a child. In comparison to most humans, though, and most people that live within a normal lifespan, I
That
will
is
probably
very
be dying in the
offensive.
next 30 years.
Normal lifespan. Ooh. Interesting.
Okay, sorry.
Interesting choice of
My
words.
bad. Non-fey.
You know, I see how
Non-fey
you are. I
affected.
invite you into my home.
Non-fey
I heal
affected.
you.
I apologize.
I'm just kidding. This was funny, right? I'm not very good.
Yeah,
I mentioned before.
Okay, considering the fact that you're probably one of the most powerful clerics I've ever been in the presence of, it's funny. It's also terrifying. It's funny.
That's fair. I suppose
You have a direct connection to God, for all I know, and that terrifies me.
Yes, Malice and I have a special bond. Although I'm no longer his favorite, and it makes me sad, if I'm being honest. But
you know, me and my father had a special bond, and we all know how that worked out. Anyways,
I'm not going to dig into that. Yeah.
So,
is there any way that I can help with Namira?
Is the picture still there?
It is faded away now.
It's faded away. Have a look as to where it was. No, there's not a lot you can do.
Would you like to take that with you?
The relic.
Mm-hmm. It just sits in my attic. Like,
doesn't it require Modronite?
I mean, yes. So you'd have to figure that out, but
I'd have to figure out how to find a very volatile substance, so volatile at its highest forms that if it touches contact, it makes contact with the moisture in the water, like in the air.
Yes,
it blows up.
Yes, you'll notice that I had it right here on the coast. Isn't that so funny?
Yes. How is your house still a thing? Okay. Yeah, I'll take it. I will take it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm ever so grateful. I'm gonna go back outside and, I don't know, dunk Cather in sea salt or something.
That sounds like fun. You are doing better than you think you are.
Yeah. I hope so. There is definitely this is definitely a change of pace.
It's good to shake things up every once in a while. Keeps you on your toes.
I'll admit there I didn't have toes, but thanks to you.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you want, we don't have to spend too much time on this. You can take your time on it. Havel's going to reach into his bag and pull out the coin. And
oh, is this what you wanted me to look at?
He's going to hand it to her and go, take a look at it. It's up to you.
This says Dragon's Curse on it.
What is that? What is that? What? How did you?
It's rather. I've spent a lot of time around them. Oh, it's not.
Okay, maybe I should stop touching things.
It's not. No. It's not that big a deal. Basically, this just means dragons can curse their horde, so they know where every single piece of the horde is. So the fact that you had this means that whoever gave it to you, or whatever dragon gave it to you, or however you got it, that dragon knows where this is.
So if I lose it,
then that dragon would know where this is, and not where you are.
Where's the new? Is the town boat still here?
I hope so. That's our only boat.
Right. Give me that back. Thank you so much. Havel's going to take that. He's going to book it. He's going to book it. And he's gonna book it. He's gonna run past everyone, and on his way out, he's just gonna be like, I'm going on the trip. I'll be right back. He's going to just
and then get onto the boat, and he's be like, grab the rope, grab the oars, and just like,
Yeah.
just
Nice.
make his way.
Well,
while this has all been going on, and Havel begins making his way out to shore, what have you guys been doing?
Well, I would like to resolve something real quick. I rolled Arcana on the Necromancy book.
Yes.
I got a 17, but here's what I'm thinking. So, when we leveled up to level 4, I mentioned this briefly to DJ already, but I'd love to explain it. When we leveled up to level 4, I took a feat. That feat was Ritual Caster, and I chose the Wizard Spellbook. So, I get, at the beginning of this feat, I get 3 first-level spells from the Wizard Spellbook that I can learn and cast as a ritual. So what I was thinking was I could learn the 3 first-level spells from this spellbook. And so I've already chosen those spells. And then in the future, when I find written spells, if they are half my level rounded up or less, then I can learn that spell, and I can expend 2 hours and 50 gold pieces per level on that spell to learn it and add it to my spellbook as a ritual. So that is what I did. If you deem that okay, DM, for my first 3 spells to be from this book.
Yeah, 100%.
Awesome.
Grant, please tell me you took
You
Identify.
stole the words from it.
So, I didn't take Identify. But hey, I took 3.
What other first level ritual spells are there to take?
All right. I took Comprehend Languages, and I took Detect Magic, and I took Illusory Script. For a very specific reason.
Has Detect Magic.
It's okay.
I thought somebody
it's
already
fine.
did
It's
Identify.
fine. It's fine.
Edward's just trying to replace
Sharing
I
spells
literally
is
thought-
not a bad thing,
I literally
guys.
thought everybody. I literally thought somebody.
No, we
had
have to be
Identify.
min-maxed, guys.
Part B to that too is, we wanted to use the magic one when Catherine and I were outside of the thing, but I didn't have it. So in my little brain, in Grant's little brain that wants to play the game right, he was like, I need to detect magic.
No, Grant. Wrinkly brain. Big wrinkly
Big
brain.
wrinkly brain. I
You did great.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm excited about this feat though. That's all that was.
As you should be.
So,
Very nice.
what are you
Yeah,
supposed
so
to
you're
taking,
figuring this out.
What do you suppose is taking Havel so long?
It's Havel. He's probably touching something.
Melora, if you're talking, I couldn't hear you, by the way. I'm just saying. Personally, I don't know if you said a thing.
Hello.
Hello.
I saw your mouth move and nothing came out, so I just
said I didn't know.
Okay.
Are we going to let the guy who just got new legs out at sea?
He seems
No, this hasn't happened yet.
Oh, it
This is
hasn't
while he's
happened.
talking to...
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
So on, guys.
Oh, Melora
I don't mind him not being
would
here.
like to play tic-tac-toe with Ginger in the sand.
Oh,
That's adorable.
Oh, we're doing it, girl. Okay. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Wait, okay,
how are
ready for
you
this?
doing that? How can you?
I think we're doing skill checks or something.
Okay.
No. We're playing.
We're literally doing it.
Into a grid pattern of A, B, C, 1, 2, 3.
Renaya,
A1, C3.
Yeah,
Renaya has
exactly.
been
So there are
doodling
ranks
the
and then there are
same
files. And if your queen can move...
thing.
What were you saying, Renaya?
Renaya has been doodling the same thing just over and over and over and over in the sand.
Which
What is?
Is anybody looking?
Well,
Yes.
I have a passive perception of 18.
Well, as soon as anybody
She's
looks, she wipes it
always
clean
looking.
and starts doodling it again, but now like slower, so you can't really make out what it is.
Ooh.
Well, that was useless.
That's
What
really,
are we doing?
that's really sus.
Looking.
Oh well, there's a thing called talking you can do.
No,
Renaya.
we don't do that here. We
Renaya.
win the game.
What are you drawing in the sand there?
It's something I saw.
And
Just thinking about it a little bit.
oh, I see. Yeah. You know,
And what you see is like a very weird, it's like a circle shape and then there's little triangles poking out and she just very quickly draws a smiley face in it. and then wipes it and starts doing it again.
DM, I assume I don't recognize what that might be.
She is not skilled enough for you to.
It
Sure.
looks like a cat.
I would love to let you know, but I don't recognize what she's
Sure.
trying.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, no, you definitely don't.
It's Havel.
I'll like shimmy my way over a little closer to Renaya. And I'll quietly say, hey, I don't really get a chance to say it, but I'm sorry about Amos.
Yeah. What? You said. You said something afterwards?
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of cool, actually. I saw him. Are you familiar with the plains where people go after they die?
Some of them.
Well, one of them. It was Mount Celestia that I saw, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, one of them is called Mount Celestia. It is one of the better considered afterlives. And I saw him, greeted by thousands of others.
How'd you do that?
You know, that's a great question. I don't think I did anything. I think I was just, in the water looking up at the sky. I think it's a perk of being a druid death paladin.
Right.
I'm sorry, am I being depressing?
No. You.
Becoming self-aware.
I could stop. I could just go back over there if you want me to. Oh, I'm sorry. The wind blew in my ears. I didn't catch that last part.
When Havel said he felt like he had been dragged through the Nine, you said at least it wasn't the Abyss.
Yeah, that was supposed to just be like a joke, because it's like the Abyss and the Nine Hells are like supposed to be like at war with each other.
Right. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Just thinking a lot with everything that's happened.
It's fair. Fair. But I mean, we got a lot to think about. I mean, after all, we have kind of an agenda that we have to meet.
Yeah. Right.
Renaya, I wanted to apologize. I think I have been very unclear with a lot of you guys, and I'm sorry about that. I haven't exactly made it an effort to talk to most of you. Groups are not my forte. It's, I prefer one person at a time. So, but I've realized on the island when Havel said what he said directly to me, it kind of took me off guard because I didn't really understand why he was saying it. And I realized that perhaps I wasn't very clear on my views and what matters to me. When I left the table before, it didn't have anything to do with you or your mentor or Malice or Fate. And I know it may have seemed like that. And the conversation that was happening definitely made me... Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I just bumped my mic. The conversation that was had definitely made me think about it, but it wasn't why I left. My own past was kind of creeping into my head just a little bit, so I needed to step away for a moment. Man, this dang wind needs to go away. There we go.
I understand.
And just so you know, if you don't agree with what I believe in, like, destiny and fates, that's fine.
I actually kind of wanted to ask you a bit about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's like things I believe, and then there's like things I want to believe, and then there's things I know.
Sure. I follow.
What do you know?
About fate.
Yeah.
Well, less than I want to, more than most. Well, first of all, there's no doubt in my mind that it exists. I've seen and experienced too many things to make me believe otherwise. And otherwise, there's not a whole lot of details that I know, but there's a lot of things that make sense to me. I think that I have been given a path that has been made and presented to me by fates, and I have chosen to follow it and see where it leads me. Meanwhile, I think most other people, like yourself perhaps especially, perhaps had a path that they were on, but are choosing to make their own. Now, I do believe that everyone can be affected by fates, but I don't know by how much, or really at all. But I do think it happens. I mean, even in a more indirect way, I'm here for fates in some ways, perhaps, and have been able to affect this group. That's about all I know.
So you think we have choice?
It doesn't make sense to me otherwise.
Right.
Is it around this time that Havel's running out?
Yeah, probably about this time. Havel goes barreling past you guys.
Hather,
Yeah?
how much experience do you have in breaching walls?
I mean, personally, not a lot.
Of course.
I mean, there have been, like, certainly battle plans that I have overheard.
Hey guys, Havel's getting in a boat.
Havel...
Let him go. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Havel, be careful. You just got your nerves back. Didn't.
If he wants, if he wants to go out to sea, then let him, I guess.
Okay.
He's like hitting a wave and like.
Renaya hasn't really kind of fully registered what's going on quite yet.
Yeah, I'll look back at Renaya after that.
Well, tell me what happens. I'm going inside, and Edward starts packing up his stuff.
Edward,
Yeah.
quickly,
Right. Okay.
What?
do you have any experience with making poison?
Why would I have experience making poison? I know some things, but I've never done it.
So is that a yes?
That is a no. I've never made poison. Sorry,
It's
buddy.
more difficult every single time I look back at it.
At this point, Havel, you've made it a good ways out to sea.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where you think that if you keep going, you're gonna get stuck out at sea in your little dinghy.
What do you mean stuck out at sea? I'm fine.
Renaya is going to stand up and tell everybody, I will be inside if you need me. And she's gonna go inside.
Right.
I'm right behind you. And Edward packs up his stuff and also heads towards the house.
Havel is going to noodle for a fish.
Okay, you stick your
Okay,
arm
Havel.
overboard.
Those nice new fleshy hands.
Go ahead and
Oh gosh. A sea dog.
roll a d20.
Survival. Well, okay.
That's to see how many appendages you lose.
Hold on.
12.
Well, well, sure. That's also even. Yeah, a fish shows up. It nibbles on your finger.
Okay. Can I catch it?
Roll yeah.
Can I catch it?
Yes,
Okay.
you catch it.
Cool. I catch it. I look at it and I go, I am so very sorry, friend. And I take the coin and I plop it in the fish.
That's
Okay.
smart.
You like holding a bass. You grab it by like the gills so you can like
Yeah,
pop its
yep,
mouth
yep, yep.
open, and the coin's just a little bit too big. But you're like
Yep.
Ah.
I just go.
grab like the end of the oar.
Oh,
Yep, I'm just like,
God.
Melora.
It's like a muzzle-loaded rifle.
I look at it. I just look at it and I go. I just look like the nature gods are probably going to smite me for this, and Melora will likely shoot me in the hiney. But find yourself to the bottom of the ocean, dear one. And then I chuck it.
As you chuck it,
God.
as it's just at the pinnacle of its arch, another fish, a bigger fish, jumps
Yes.
out of the ocean and
Yes.
swallows it whole.
Perfect.
We're diving back
just-
in.
Exactly
And
as
I sal-
nature intended.
I salute it. I salute it, and I go, try to find that baby black dragon boy. Start rowing my way back.
yeah.
You managed to breach the shore, and with everybody kind of here at the central location, either going back up to Lada's or getting back onto shore, we're going to end tonight's episode. That was very
Darcy's
fun.
so
and
happy that
entertaining.
we ended on me like gagging a fish and
Using
then
a
feeding
fish.
it to a bigger fish.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's
My
too
God.
good, man. It's
As
too
nature intended.
That's right. There's always a bigger fish. If Star Wars has taught me anything, it's always a bigger fish.
That's beautiful. I love it.
So, thank you
Beach
guys so much for watching.
episode.
This was our beach episode. Oh, okay. Don't forget this, guys. You have 2 weeks to make conversations happen. So don't forget your details that you were wanting to talk about. Because next week we have a freaking awesome one shot that we're going to be doing, DM'd by the amazing Miss Lydia Korn.
Dude, I'm not even gonna let you know. You're never gonna know.
Nope. Anyway,
The
that's next week.
amazing Lydia.
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 Lydia
Lydia.
K. Gordon. Anyway, moving on.
Lil
that's
Lid.
gonna that's gonna be going on next week. We're
We're-
super excited for it.
We're
Oh
struggling
no,
right now.
Grant.
Oh dear.
Grant's back to it. Anyway,
Dude, you
we
can see
love
his
you guys.
silhouette. Look at the boy.
Oh God.
This will be in my nightmares.
Anyway,
Yeah, you've got to
thank
end
you
this
all
fast.
for watching. Goodbye.
We love you guys.
Good luck
Come by
and
next week.
Godspeed,
One
everybody.
shot.
We'll see you next
Bye.
week.
Godspeed. We love you
Love you
guys.
all. You guys are amazing.
Bye.
Buy our merch. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Bye.
Bye.